Listen here, girl. I know you think it's a game, but it is absolutely not. Okay, this is the energy supplement from Just Move Supplements. That's right. It's damn near all gone, girl, and that's because I had to get that energy up so I can complete the workout, so I can give y'all this body, this transformation, get into it. Okay, and I'm done working out now, so that's why we're moving on to the protein shake. Oh yes, it's already in there, girl. It's already made right here. This is the mixture of the banana pudding, the chocolate cake, and the buttercream cupcake. And you really want to be fancy, you can go ahead and add that blueberry muffin if that's what you want to do, girl. But for me, it's these three right here. Okay, you put that with some almond milk, you mix it all up in honey. Okay, your muscles have gained life, new energy, agility. Get into it. Okay, Just Move Supplements. Thank you very much. Come on in, come on in, come on in, not come on in, not come. Sorry, y'all know I'm weird. Whatever.
Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl BondyBlue. So let's go ahead. Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl BondyBlue. Okay, follow me on Instagram and let's get into the video, right?
Conquer the world! Every boy, every girl! We run the world! Shake it to the right if you're having a good time. Shake it to the left if you know that you feel fine. Take it to the front. You're right. What's up, y'all? Sorry. Listen, whatever I feel like once I get up here, that's what I just roll with, okay? And the Spice Girl shirt was calling to me today. I see, yeah, hold tight. Listen, what? I never get over the way back in the day. Okay, so like if you was a kid, preteen, when this shit came out, like I was, Spice Girls. Girl, them albums was the shit. And then grown people would tell you that's not real music. That's not real music. That's what they would tell you, girl. And now that I know what real music is, because I have an appreciation for their generations of music as well, I need for y'all to come back and admit that the Spice Girls had some good ass music. What? When to become one. I need some love like I never needed love before. Wanna make love to you, baby. Had a little love. Now I'm back for more. Wanna make love to you, baby. Set your spirit free. It's the only way to be. Y'all gonna stop playing. Y'all gonna stop playing. Fairy tale and dream forever. The dream of you and me together. Say you believe it. Say you believe it. Listen, y'all gonna stop fucking playing. Okay? Y'all gonna stop playing on them girls' tops. Okay? They had good ballads. For some bitches y'all said couldn't sing. For some women that y'all said could not sing. Those were some good ballads. Okay. Conquer the world. Okay, listen, don't even get me started. The movie. Didn't y'all love the movie? Oh my God. The movie was everything. Oh, you know another movie everybody been bringing up lately? That's an oldie but goodie, but in that same vein, Josie and the Pussycats. See, that's the reason why I feel like I'm really good at paying attention to manipulation in the media, because I grew up during a time when people was actually trying to warn us about what was to come. Josie and the Pussycats was one of those movies that they snuck under the radar. Like, I don't know if y'all peeped it, because Josie and the Pussycats, it really slid under a lot of y'all's radar, but it talks about product placement and putting shit in the music and under the track that makes humans act like robots. The brainwashing of music. Like, girl, if y'all ain't never seen Josie and the Pussycats, The movie. Okay? Rosario Dawson, when you're looking for a black girl in a white film, that's your girl. You know, she's Latin, but she's black enough for us to be like, oh, that's at least that's somebody. Because y'all know if you grew up, bitch, you grew up in the 90s, there are certain white movies you like, you got to find the one black person or the black adjacent person. You got to find that person in order for you to feel safe watching it. If it's all white people, it's like, I don't know if I want to watch this. That was the 90s mind frame. Now that I'm an adult, I actually enjoy watching shit that's all white people because I don't have to be as emotionally invested in the outcome. I don't know what that's about. The way blackness is you being scared in any type of movie or TV show because you scared they gonna get pulled over by the police and killed. Bitch, the trauma of every time a black person is in a film somewhere, you scared they about to pop out with some racism on your ass that you was not expecting. Like, yo, it's not funny. But it's funny. Like, what the fuck? Think about how many times they done popped out on us with the racism and we was completely caught off guard. The safety of racially ambiguous actor. No, for real. How safe you feel when you see somebody that look a little bit like you in some shit. But then Jordan Peele came out with Get Out. And when Jordan Peele came out with that, that let us know that just because they got black people around, that don't make you no safer than you thought you was before, girl. Now we don't feel safe at all. Now we don't feel safe at all. But anyway, y'all, I'm really excited. Y'all know, I told y'all yesterday in the live, if y'all missed it, I'm getting ready for the trip, right? Right. Okay, the sold out Bali trip. But we have 2 new retreats listed. Okay. We have, oh, well, actually, we have more than 2. But right now, like, I think we're really focusing on these 3 right here: Mauritius, Tulum, and the couples retreat in Riviera Maya. Okay. I'm always saying it backwards. Okay. But the retreats are popping. I'll be leaving for Thailand next week, y'all. So y'all would just be seeing members only content from me. I might pop out ever so often, but I do like to take these trips as an opportunity to actually take a vacation, even though it is technically work. I'm going to try to find a happy medium with that. So you will see me. I can't help myself. Y'all gonna see me. I can't help myself. Like, bitch, look, I gotta say something. Listen, okay, where's the Wi-Fi? All right, I gotta say something. All right. So I'll be there ready for. Okay, come on, you signed up for Mauritius. All right, come on. I love to hear it. Okay, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that, as I talk about these and we get closer and y'all see what happens with these trips. It's our 3rd trip. Okay. That y'all will want to come and join. It's a vibe, y'all. I tell you no lies every single time. And I can't wait to experience it this time around. You can get 5% off using Bondi 5 for the month of June for the trips. $500 down. Okay. All of these trips are next year. And so you have time to pay it off. You can also pay with a firm so you can spread it out. You know what I mean? As it to not be overwhelming to you. But it is absolutely worth it. The trips are always very nice, very well planned out. We always have really good food. Like, it's always a vibe. It's always a vibe. And if you're a vibe and you jive with my frequency, girl, and you got one of them good college educated jobs that they made us get, or you got a good government job, okay? Or you didn't climb your way to the top in some type of managerial financial position, girl, whatever it is that got you to being able to afford this. Come on out. Okay? Come on out. Even girl, if you had to ask a nigga for the money, nobody's gonna judge you. But y'all come on through when you can, okay? Um, And also, some of the trips the prices are different. So just make sure if you're interested, go look and see. You know what I'm saying? Don't be scared. Okay, listen. No, Kayla, listen, I know. Okay, I know everybody didn't go that way, but we still got on the same. Look, listen, up the ladder to the roof, different ladders. We all getting to the roof. Okay, Come on, good hospital job. Yes, we love those. A good nurse, good doctor, good lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Love you a financial advisor. We love for the girls to have them a nice little, situation with their careers and their jobs. Because, you share. You share, overall intelligence with each other in these moments. Okay. So we absolutely network in these environments as well. How can we help each other? Bitch, I like you. How can I help? You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe we be on. That's the vibe we be on. Okay. Oh yeah. Shout out to Talia. Talia might be in here. I don't know if she saw that I text her. Talia, congratulations. Okay. I love you, girl. And we'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk. But yes, real estate. We love those girls. Okay. Yes. Okay. Come on. Just don't be coming here on no scammy shit. Okay. Don't come around us being no dance. Because a lot of the scammers act like they got their shit together and they don't. Right, Ali. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. But first, I want to start here. Okay. First, I want to start here. So, y'all just, dexterity's sake,
What's the shut up? What's the shut up?
You want like this?
He wants to fuck you. Shut up. Okay, I've created a new one. I'm gonna record that one. I'm gonna save that one, and I'm gonna put that one in. The other one was too fast, But I was trying to get my point across. Oh, he's a great guy. He's my friend. Yeah. Let me tell you something, ladies. When you're telling us that a nigga is a good guy and he your friend, the best way for us to believe that is if you don't fuck him. Once you fuck them, what we understand, if we're women and people, we're humans, we've had experiences. Okay, the humans have had experiences. What they learn is that a nigga pretends to be your friend because he want to fuck you, or he wants to suck off of your life force energy in some way. Y'all don't even realize how platonic friendships between men and women benefit men, because of the fact that men are missing a leg of a chromosome, right? So they need to be around women in some capacity, especially the ones that say they straight. But as you can see, I don't see any groups of gay men that don't have a good Judy. Like, everybody has a good Judy. Okay? Listen. If the man is pretending to be your friend and then he fucks you, he was pretending to be your friend. Okay? I'm just saying, girl, he always wanted to fuck you. Especially, girl, he always wanted to fuck you. Certain men know how to play long game. Certain men know how to play long game. Okay? They have a group of friends that they would fuck. And so, if they are in a relationship, they will keep a platonic relationship with a woman that they will fuck. That way, if that relationship doesn't work out, there's always still another woman they've already put in a certain level of platonic work in. So that if they fuck them, most of the work has already been done. Because that's how we as women think. That's how we think. If you my friend, you my homeboy, there's already a level of trust that you're going to have with me. So if we decide to have a romantic relationship from that friendship, I'm going to give you trust off rip that I would not give the average man. In this situation, specifically with DDG, she said they was friends. Y'all was not friends. Men like this don't like women enough to be friends with them. Being friends requires mutual respect. Men don't have mutual respect with women that they view as sexual objects. It's not how their brains be working all the time. So if he's disrespecting his baby mom, if he's disrespected other women, that's how he thinks. He thinks women are objects that he's entitled to. That's why he disrespects them, because they don't do what he wants them to do. And how dare you? How dare you not do what I want you to do? That's what's happening, girl. Okay? I like to walk y'all through it because I know we don't be knowing sometimes, girl, and you don't know what you don't know. But I know what I know. And I know what I know. Okay? Shout out to Jill Scott. But what I knew is this nigga wanted to fuck you. And so when you came out and defended him against Holly, girl, and she don't even realize how he not even into her like that. She don't even get it. She doing all of that hard work, sweating out her cute little hairstyle, rubbing her ass on this nigga's dick, and he's looking for his homeboys. We're continuing. We like to keep our stories, together, but we're going to slide all the way back down. At some point, here we are. Halle Bailey keeps temporary custody until continued court hearing on June 26th. June 26th happened. And what we have found is that the judge has deemed it reasonable for DDG to visit his child, Halo, in Italy, but requires an independent monitor due to concerns raised by Halle. Now, to be clear, the lady never said that she didn't want him to see his child. She is scared he's going to take her baby and not give him back, especially because they did not have a schedule or anything put in the courts that meant he was legally bound to handle their situation in a predetermined way. He does not want to be able to handle this in a predetermined way because it gives room for him to use the baby to antagonize or be vengeful or be controlling towards Holly. Okay? Okay. All right. So let's continue. If permitted, the judge will impose a restriction preventing DDG from posting about the child on social media during the visit, meaning you can't use this child for clout when you have him. You have to actually be a parent and not just on stream and showing everybody, look, y'all, I got my son. Send me money. Watch me. Give me attention now. Look, I have my baby. Lawyers are investigating the availability of professional monitors in Rome, with the court return scheduled for Thursday, June 26th, to further discuss the matter. Okay, June 26th tomorrow, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay. DDG denies, but that post was from yesterday. DDG denies Bailey's domestic violence claims and has filed a competing custody case alleging Bailey is the abuser in the relationship, and he has repeatedly threatened self-harm as an emotional manipulation. So when men actually do this, like in Jonathan Major's situation, Jonathan Majors actually did that. Grace Jabari wanted to go to the hospital, and he told her that he will unalive himself if she went to the hospital because going to the hospital would prove that he was abusing her. So he threatened to unalive himself. Halle Bailey already had issues stemming from childhood, considering the fact that she's very young, and I believe was going through some type of really hard time with her parents in recent years as she's entering into this relationship with DVD. I do not believe that her threatening to unalive herself was just about a manipulation and control and her abusing him. I don't feel that way because to me, he is physically stronger than her. And for him to act like he fears her in the same way that she fears him, I believe is ridiculous, diabolical, and a way for y'all to use women's trauma as a weapon against other women. You have heard what women have said about their experiences with men. You have heard about what women say about their experiences with narcissists. You're a narcissist. So what you now know that you can do is use women's explanations of their trauma against Holly by saying she's the real abuser. Now, where you can find the lie in that assertion is after you guys broke up, you went to Holly's house and took a picture of her bed and sent it to her in a threatening manner. That's just one thing that you did that shows me you want her to be in fear of you. And she simply wants to get away from you. You using the toxicity that happened during the relationship while you were cheating and mistreating her. And then she's dealing with the public backlash of all of that while going through pregnancy and then postpartum thereafter, because it's been going on this entire time. You're using her traumatic experience as a way to make her out to be an abuser, even though in current times she has left you alone, is just trying to get away from you, and you have repeatedly shown up to her house unannounced. You broke into her house. You got online and said she was trying to keep you from your child. She tried to create a schedule and you ignored her. With all of that in mind, DDG asserting that she was abusing him and she's the real abuser is projection, deflection. It's a Jedi mind trick, and it's called flipping shit. Narcissists do this all the time. They will accuse you flat out of everything that they've done to you. But if you are actually paying attention to the details per situation, I don't have to make a general statement about this shit because we are literally talking about these two people and what has happened over time in their relationship, which has been put in a very public stage because one of them is a streamer and streams his entire life. He's the abuser. She's a victim. He capitalized off of her not knowing the type of personality she was dealing with. A lot of us go through that at that age. The age between, I want to say 16 and 23 is the time for you to get wrapped up in what I would like to call nigga shit. That's your time frame to recognize that certain people really are not on your level, and it's not a judgment of them, but it's a acknowledgement of how they will cause you harm because they're not in a place where they cannot cause you harm. It's just where they are in their journey. Once you recognize that they're causing harm and it's something that's going on within them and they're going to do it to people no matter who they are, they're going to do this type of shit. This is when you realize it's a them thing, not a you thing. You have to remove yourself. But you usually have to go through that first. Coming out of teen years, you have to experience toxicity up close before you can recognize it when you see it thereafter. Because a lot of toxicity in the Black community is described as ghetto. And when you describe shit as ghetto, how Black people then perceive it is, especially if you're young, is a judgment of Blackness, not a judgment of the degeneracy by the Black people. You see what I'm saying? And so we have to start separating so that people can understand. People in survival mode are usually scammers and manipulative and taking advantage of other people because of the things that have been done to them. They have not healed from those things. They have merely adapted and recognized that it's kill or be killed, manipulate or be manipulated. And that is the way men view women. If they're not gaming you into thinking that they love you the way they want you to love them, the fear is that they would be enmeshed in your coochie juice, basically. Your coochie juice would drown them and they would be simps, never, to go into the coochie and never to be seen or heard from by another nigga again. And for some reason, they like this, but then also fear it. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Okay. But at the end of the day, you guys, I feel like we knew what was going to happen with Halle. We understood it. We could see it beforehand, and it's only because a lot of us have gone through it. And as African American young women, we're all having similar experiences. No, they're not exactly the same, but there's always a group of us who are like, oh yeah, that happened to me. I remember that. Yeah, that's exactly like what I went through. They're telling you it's not exactly what you went through and that you projecting. Okay, let's give it some time. Oh, look, that's exactly what I went through. Remember when I said that was exactly what I went through? That's how it happened, girl. That's why I'm getting to a point where I'm not finna keep arguing with people. I'm gonna just get up here and talk my shit. And hopefully one day my shit will be competing with the loud, ignorant voices that are on the internet that don't know what the fuck they talking about. But they have so many followers that we have to listen to them be ignorant on the public stage, bitch. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. That was one. That's that one pick me. Girl, let's start with her. Let me tell y'all something. Putting the word doctor in front of this lady's name in order to give the bullshit that she talks validity is diabolical to me. I think women that pretend to be safe spaces for other women, but they're merely pick-me's trying to exploit women while simultaneously getting the validation of men that they want to fuck or want to be taken care of. I mean, taken care of by whatever the fuck. Yeah. Spreading the love, fam. Thank you so much. Oh, aren't you pretty? Thank you. You guys, let's listen to this very visually beautiful woman probably say something extremely ignorant. Oh, look at Tahiri in the comments saying that it's true. I guess Tahiri hasn't healed. Let's listen.
Crazy though?
That's crazy.
Those women that care and watch how much money you spend and how much money you spending on them, they don't like you. Because a woman that likes you don't want you to spend all your money because she's mindful of the union and the partnership that y'all are building.
There it is.
If that woman is like, ooh, like women that are like, ooh, I need to get my hair and my nails done. Why is your hair and your nails not already done? This should be a lifestyle. Like if you literally, it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, because I have an appointment from here. I'm going to get my hair done. It's one thing to be like, oh yeah, I have my hair appointment. I have zero expectation for a man to be.
Okay, babe. Let me stop you right there. First of all, let's be fucking for real. Women asking men to pay for shit is a test that those men like her because men are so fucking stingy that if they don't really like you, they're not going to spend any money on you. And so what we have learned as women is that you should have giraffe pussy high, shout out to the diva, expectations of these niggas. It doesn't mean you don't have your own. It doesn't mean that you don't take care of yourself. It means that a man is supposed to feel in this patriarchal society, a man is supposed to feel based on the rules that y'all live by. The man is supposed to be responsible for providing and protecting a woman in order for her to be giving subservience and all of this other bullshit, right? Right? Okay. So for the women that live that life, asking a man to take up some of the cost of her upkeep while he enjoys her upkeep is merely a test to see how invested the man is in the woman. The idea that women are supposed to be being mindful of this man's pockets, no, you're not. He's supposed to be mindful of his fucking pockets. And if he can't afford you, he's supposed to be okay with that and go find somebody he can afford. Because there's always a woman out there that's not costing you a lot of fucking money. I know because I was that girl. I wasn't costing you a lot of money. I do my own hair. I don't give a fuck about my nails like that. I get my feet done ever so often. Like I was low maintenance and I was proud of that. Now that I'm 37, I know, no, bitch, you're supposed to be high maintenance. And then if they can't deal with where you are, they supposed to get the fuck away from you. And you're supposed to be okay with that and okay with being alone and maintaining your high standard until someone can meet your high standard. In the meantime, you enjoy your life. You have friendships. You have other connections. You have men you fuck but don't have a real romantic relationship with because you don't want to be tied down to those ignorant niggas, but you need sexual release because pleasure is important in a woman's life. Men can't make podcasts talking about wanting fit, friendly, beautiful women, want to spend time with those women. And when they turn around and say, okay, well, where's the aid in what you are appreciating and getting access to and being able to use as a tool in society to make yourself look good? Because please understand, anytime a man is sitting or standing next to a woman that is taking care of herself and it shows, it makes him look better. The example I always say, Young Jeezy, Nia Long. Young Jeezy is a fucking degenerate. Nia Long is a deeply rooted pick-me, but she takes great care of herself and she's gorgeous. Standing next to him made y'all think he was deserving of somebody like her. Simply because she was standing next to him, it made him look better. That's how this shit works in real life, y'all. Women who take care of themselves merely add value by just standing next to the nigga. And y'all try to act like that's not the truth, but men know that that's the truth. They know their proximity to really great, smart or accomplished women, smart men anyway. Smart men know that their proximity to impressive women makes them look more impressive. And a lot of the times, especially in friendships, men having female friends reminds them of how they need to stay on their shit in order to compete. Because there are men that actually don't mind competing in the workplace. They don't mind competing in business. They don't mind competing for women. They don't mind competing. They view it as, I like to win, so I like to compete. So they keep women around them because women will keep them striving in a way that helps them compete. Because they're competing with other niggas. So they got to know how the other niggas ain't shit in order to curtail that. That's why they keep women friends. Like it's the women that actually devalue themselves as they're pretending to try to want women to have more value. Because if you want women to have more value, you don't tell them that they ain't shit. You tell them that you're not valuing yourself appropriately and you need to figure that out. And not in a delusional way. You hear what I'm saying, y'all? You hear what I'm saying? Impressive women. I'm not saying just regular. And even those women offer at least a nut. And that's very valuable to some of you niggas. Jay Jersey, thank you for the super chat. I had guys pay for my dinner, dessert, drinks, etc. because they wanted to show my friends they wanted to date seriously, how generous they are. Yes. Yes. Any woman worth her salt is going to want to be with a man that does not mind what y'all would like to say tricking off on her. But it's about being generous. It's about wanting to make the woman happy. It's a tester because men hoard their little money so much because they so stingy. They're not going to give it to you unless they really like you. That's just what it is. Even when they got a lot of money, even when they have a lot of money, it is a tool of control for them. They don't view it as something to give out because they have it. And why not? There are some men that think that way. Those are usually the really old men that, that like to take care of a young girl here or there. You ain't got to stay around, baby. Just, go get a drink with me ever so often. I drop you a couple of stacks. You know what I mean? Like men who got a lot of money, a lot of the times they spend it freely with people is because they value being in connection with people. So they don't mind paying to be around people. And I know it sounds sprinkle, but there's a part of that is absolutely true based off of the way we are socialized. If that's the way you want to live your life. And most of y'all that want, relationships with men, y'all want to live y'all life in a way that makes y'all feel like men are providing and protecting you. Well, you have to be able to put out your testers early on. And your testers are usually how stingy a man is and how much money he can get. If you don't mind being broke, then yeah. Don't ask for a man to pay for shit if you don't mind going through the rest of y'all life being broke. But at 37 years old, if I'm dating or laying anything with a man, it should not be hard for him to give me money. It should not. It should not at this age. Now, when you are younger, I think you should be more focused on taking care of yourself as not to expect that from other people. But if that's what you want and they can't do it, then just move on. And I think men get mad about that. And I want y'all to get over that. Nobody gives a fuck that you're mad because you can't afford the girls that you want. Get your fucking money up. Sounds like life's trying to tell you something. Step your game up. The fuck? There are ways.
Be like, oh, here you go. You gotta no. Now, if it happens, I love that for me, but it's not an expectation because it doesn't need to be. So I personally feel like us ladies, we gotta.
She's doing. I don't like the way she said something very like broad and then dwindled it down to hair and nails. Like you checking a man's pockets. Yes, bitch. Are you insane? So you want me to have a relationship? You want me to fall in love and get emotionally enmeshed with a person that could possibly be pretending to have money, and then I fall in love with them, I maybe marry them or get have a baby with them, and then find out that they really don't have their money how they supposed to have their money. And a signifier of that is if at the beginning I was clocking what was going on. The fuck? And right, and then you stuck in these situations trying to be the easygoing girl.
To get it together because it's that standard that's making men think that the transaction is okay.
No, girl, that's not true. And that's how I don't like that you get to put a doctor in front of your name. And I hate to keep bringing it up, but y'all, history. If you go to school to learn psychology, to put a fucking doctor at the beginning of your name, you also need to learn history because history explains psychology, bitch. If you had remembered the history lesson you learned before they put the doctor at the beginning of your name, maybe you would know historically how women have been forced and browbeat into these roles. But you have no knowledge of that. You have no knowledge of historically how these ideals about womanhood have been forced. To be clear, men in power structures decided to make sex and women transactional. They decided to do that. And they decided to do that because they would be able to get the most out of women if it was transactional like that. But they created that, girl. The state had licensed prostitution in what I want to say 1400s, 1500s, between 1500s. Licensed state paid for prostitution. They told y'all that the women were wild, that the women was hoes, that the women were basically goofy, slow bitches looking for you to touch them on their inner parts. They were like children that needed to be disciplined and taken care of like a child, not grown women doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do. They gave y'all that image of a woman so that men would be okay with the abuse of women, the laws changing around the rights that women had. They literally used plays, books, and media of that time to convince people that women were just controlling their husbands and making all these laws to imprison their husbands. That was not really happening, but that's what they put in the media. Meanwhile, legislation is being passed that strips all of these rights away from women. It's how you get the people okay with their own subjugation. Sell them a lie, sell them a story. And when y'all talk about women in this way, you only perpetuate the lies that were told to you about women, about sexuality, about womanhood, about like all of these things have been pushed on you in a way to get the most out of you, to exploit you. Women did not create these transactional relationships. In order to disenfranchise everybody, meaning all of the workers, the men, the women, the children, everybody that gets exploited, in order for the bourgeoisie, the church, and the nobles, your kings, queens, princes, those people, in order for them to continue to have power over the larger number of poor people, they had to make them hate each other, and how they made them hate each other was the subjugation of women, making women out to be whores. And then after you finish killing all of those women for being whores, you turn and charging them with infanticide for 200 years because they lose a baby. Now y'all turn around and tell them that women are supposed to be chaste. Women are supposed to be damn near asexual once they become a mother, which is insane. Women are supposed to be submissive and quiet and soft and basically a white woman. They changed for you what woman meant in order to control you and force you into the enslavement of forced work, creating workers. You having children so you can create workers so they can exploit those children. People used to understand what was happening. Now y'all don't really understand what's happening because now you're like just in this mechanism, right? And it's just going around and around. So you don't even know that you're being slung around in a mechanism. I hate when women get in these fields and call themselves doctors, call themselves herbalists, call anything that makes it seem as if you are a wise woman, but really you're grifting and trying to exploit women who look like you because they're searching for safety in women. So when women are searching for safety in other women and those women decide they want to fucking grift and position themselves as people that can give you advice on relationships or womanhood, when really it's all so that they can pimp you out to some nigga, I'm gonna let the whole finish.
We hold the standard. It's all up to us at the end of the day as women, you know, and we got to stop being so doggone cheap.
Because we see the clips of like,
Which one, bitch? We got to stop being so doggone cheap. Which one is it? Conflicting.
Oh, what you gonna do for me? What you gonna do for me? What
Right.
you gonna do for me?
And then women will be like, well, I took my time to get ready. That man has time too. He took time out of his day to make sure that he prepared something. Hopefully he put some effort in. It's not just going to a thing. But this is another thing too, for the ladies that are listening.
Now, that was an opportunity to critique men on the experiences that they create in order for women to be putting in this amount of effort on their end. But she didn't take that route. She didn't take that route to give. It was right there, girl. She could have took it. And men, y'all need to, and that would have been a way to balance this critique. But no. She's not going to give a balanced critique, and y'all know why.
Pick me, pick me, pick me. Hallelujah. I gotta find a man. I don't care what he did. I don't care who he hurt. I don't care who he fucked. I just want a man to pick me, Lord.
We got to be mindful that men with money, I'm doing air quotes right now, men with money or real men with money, a lot of the times what they're doing is just what they do. You are not special. So someone may think, oh my God, he flew me on a jet, or oh my God, he flew me first class, or oh my God, we went to this 5-star restaurant. Baby, that's what he does.
Okay.
You are not special.
What's happening here? What's the point? I'm gonna let her finish. Because I'm like, wait a minute, are we upset? Are we, because it's giving hate a little bit.
You insert girl here at this point, you know? So I feel like we got to get really clear on what does each side have to offer. Are you looking for a dating experience, which is fine, or are you looking for partnership in life? You know,
and some women are looking for an experience and not partnership, bitch. And some men pretend that they're looking for partnership and they want servitude. Girl, what are you talking about? So don't value yourself enough to expect a man to have something, and don't get all excited and think you special because he doing shit for you. Girl, what is the lesson we're trying to teach the girls? If the lesson is that you should have your own, it probably should be framed differently. Like men use money to control women. Like men love bomb and use the money and the access that they have to mac on women, to use women and then throw them away. If we really trying to help the girls, there's a way to talk to them that doesn't tell them it doesn't matter what you do, you're fucked. Just be what the man wants you to be, girl. Just be what the man wants you to be. And he wants you to have your own, but he also wants you to be submissive. Y'all don't know what y'all want. Y'all gotta stop listening to birds like this. Y'all be in the fucking comments agreeing with this stupid ass shit, and she don't even know what she's talking about. Pose is not cool. Okay, let me see. Wasn't there another one? Yeah, here we go.
But the
hold up, y'all. Hold up. Because it's about to piss me off again. So I need a second. Hold up.
allegations is forced. Outside of it being forced, we are also dealing with people. We forget that when you get into environments, people's thought process. Me walking into a room with Diddy, I can't sing, I can't rap. But if Diddy about to sell me a dream, you putting me in a vulnerable state. And that's going, even though I can lay a floor and do some drywall, I can't do that. So you are targeting a weak side of me that would trigger something in me that wasn't there before I met Diddy.
But that's not fair.
That's not. So silver bands sounds like somebody that understands what's actually happening. I want y'all to watch these two women forcefully say that a man abusing a woman is not his fault because the woman is dumb. So then I want y'all to recognize how these two women are probably scammers of some sort. Because the mentality that you have to have in order to convince yourself that the person you're wronging is not being wronged simply because they're not smart enough to know they're being wronged. It lets me know that you probably are a pimp and a hoe in some ways yourself.
To charge somebody based off of not you, because this is not you. To charge somebody for you being, and I'd love to keep a professional journalistic delivery with this, but to charge somebody because you a weak ass bitch and you believe that just means you a sucker. That just means that's just what it is. You a sucker for love. And you cannot convict someone because you believe the rap.
You can't charge someone because you believed the niggas rap. Well, first of all, that's not what they're charging him for. That's not what they're charging him for. They're charging him for forcing women into illegal sex acts by way of coercion. It's pimping, it's racketeering, it's trafficking. Y'all's inability to empathize with the victim shows me that you're also always looking for a woman to take advantage of. That sounds like that's the way you think. And so you think that that's an okay way to think, but it's actually not. It's actually really sad. You don't know what you don't know. And so to me, it's either you are a woman that is a creep like Diddy, because there are women out there who are creeps and they get off on harming other women. And it's probably because they hate their moms or something. But women who hate their moms in some respect get off on hurting other women. They do. If they don't like their mama, they're going to get off in some type of way on harming other women. Ra Ali gives insecure, ignorant, prideful, egotistical woman masquerading griftiness as class. Because I'll never forget when she dressed Tahiri down and talked about everything about Tahiri. Oh, you have a Jeep and da-da-da-da-da. Like she went, girl, when she said she had a Jeep, I was like, bitch, you mean the only cars, you mean the only mid-price cars that appreciate in value for the most part? I'm sure there are some other ones, but how many mid-priced sedans or you know, trucks like Jeeps that appreciate in value? Bitch, you could never act like somebody dumb or they don't value themselves because they have a Jeep instead of some Maybach that they gonna have to return or that's gonna go out of style, and so you're gonna want a new one or some stupid shit. Like, your mentality about money is ignorant by the way you dress down Tahiri. And we also knew the reason why you dressed Tahiri down the way you did is because you were jealous of how Tahiri's beauty is perceived. But you befriended her and you used her. And then you disrespected her and dogged her out in front of a whole bunch of people. And now she dresses herself up and she talks in this very soft tone. And it leads people to believe that she has some intelligence or some couth about herself. But the truth of the matter is, you another unsafe bitch. I'm pointing out unsafe bitches to y'all today. These are women that will make you feel like you can trust them in some way, and you cannot. They're not safe spaces for you. They don't identify with you. And then the thing that makes me mad is that the way she's saying that, you can't charge somebody if he does something illegal. I can, bitch. Are you okay? If he steal from me, if he beat me, if he assault a child, girl, I could absolutely go and get charges on him for shit that he does if I feel like you got over on me. That's how people end up in jail on blue collar crimes, because they thought they could get over on somebody. White people get a lot of time in jail for scamming on tax fraud. You should know, right, Raleigh? What do you mean you can't hold somebody accountable because you a dumbass bitch? Are you okay? She's not okay.
And telling you us all type of shit.
Sitting there looking like a goddamn Disney villain. She absolutely looks like the woman in the villain origin story that is just trying to destroy somebody. And y'all not gonna give us a prequel so we can feel sorry for her, because she ain't got no empathy for nobody else, bitch. I ain't got no empathy for you if you don't have it for other people. So I don't give a fuck about how your mammy probably treated your ass like shit.
No, but the allegations is forced. Outside of,
I pray for that woman that was sitting there with them, because the way they ran the gang up on her and yelled that ignorant shit up out of their fucking mouth. And sometimes I tell y'all, all y'all have to do is Google, because all I did was Google it, girl. I ain't even use ChatGPT. I just Googled it, girl. Asking, why do people blame victims for their own abuse? Ignorance doesn't make being exploited or abused okay. In fact, it's never the victim's fault, regardless of the circumstances. However, there are several psychological and societal factors that contributed to the phenomenon of victim blaming. And that's why I said these bitches don't know history, because if they knew history, they would know how this was a law-written, concerted effort to create this dynamic where women can be harmed and they can be blamed for it. And there's no accountability. There's no accountability for the people that are harming, the people that are abusing. There's no accountability whatsoever. And anytime you ask them to be accountable, there are a whole bunch of people begging you not to ask them to be accountable. So let me see, because I'm trying to see where I want to go next. Bunch of people begging you not to be accountable. So this right here.
Now, if it means he doesn't love me, that's not the case. My husband loves me. And furthermore, why does the man get so much credit? Why would I be with a man who didn't love me? Like, I'm self-made. I have my own money. I met him as being one of his neighbors. And I'm confident.
That's how y'all met?
The second time.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm confident in who I am. So I'm not going to be with anyone because, oh my God, I want this man to love me. No, respect is there. And none of this is disrespect. We don't tolerate disrespect to one another. Like, we don't.
Okay, so it's so many people in my comments. He does love her. He does support her. Like, I feel like maybe it's only because y'all are hearing this clip. But if you watch that entire interview, the first half is her talking about how long that nigga made her wait before he told people that he was married. Y'all think that's respect? Then he cheated on her. And I'm guessing that it was more than just one cheat. It was a few cheats. And that it wasn't until she decided to leave that he decided he didn't want to lose her. And so he went to therapy. But often what men do is they do just enough. They don't fully take it there. They do just enough. So y'all are ignoring how he emotionally invalidates her. That's what y'all are ignoring when we talk about Charles and Angela Oakley. But in that interview, she spent a large amount of time talking about how he did mistreat her in their relationship. And then as she's talking about how he loves her, it's like she has to convince us that he loves her because she knows it's not apparent in the way he treats her in front of everybody. And I feel like when she said, you know, I'm self-made. Why would everybody, girl, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how impressive you are. It doesn't matter because everything centers the man. They don't think like, oh, you're impressive, so he will want to keep. No, they think at all times the man is the prize. The man is the one who is supposed to be respected and cared about. And so if he is mistreating you in any type of way, as long as he is giving you a whole bunch of other good shit, then you should be okay with him mistreating you. Let me read y'all some of these comments that I'm talking about. I respect he's staying true to himself and not acting fake. His love language might not be words of affirmation. It could be acts of service. He walk it like he talk it. I said, nah, that's an excuse. It's about control. If it's fake to tell your wife you love her in front of people, that's an excuse. That's not walking it how you talk it. Because to me, walking it and talking it is show and tell. And that's in front of people and in private. I think y'all accept too little from men. You accept too little. He made her pay for the fact that she went on that trip. This another one. That may be true, but he is one of the first housewives' husbands to fully support his wife on the show. I don't know where this person got this from. I don't know where this person got this from. This is not true at all. He was in the NBA 16 years. It ain't for fame or money or to be the seventh housewife. He is all on Watch What Happens Live and all by her side, not running from the camera. I don't know what they meant by that. I don't know what they meant by that, but that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? But he's not the first husband to fully support. I don't know where y'all got that from. I don't know where y'all, that's what I'm saying. Like, Greg supported Nene. Greg supported Nene being on the show. Peter supported Cynthia being on the show. He showed up for her. Okay. Also was not running from the camera. Apollo supported Phaedra being on the show. There are a lot of wives whose husbands supported them being on the show because they don't mind their women making money. They want their wives to make money. Todd also fully supported Candy being on the show, met her on the show. I don't know where that person got that from. There have been way too many seasons of these fucking shows for y'all to think that just because a nigga is showing up, that mean that's good enough. It's the way he doesn't validate her that's a problem for me. And it'll never not be a problem. And I don't care how much y'all want to put y'all's boundaries in the basement. No. Somebody that knew my dad. Of course, I saw a different side of your dad than you did, but I absolutely loved his confidence. He always spoke with such authority. Yeah, I know. And when I was talking about Charles yesterday, I said that I understood how it can be hard to leave a man like that. I understood how it could be hard to leave a man like that because they are doing so much better than the rest of the men. But the way they actually make you feel in these moments matters. He doesn't get to not love you the way you need to be loved, as if you should accept his version of it in spite of what your own is. No, motherfucker. If you want to be with a woman that don't need words of affirmation, go be with her. I need words of affirmation. You want to be with me? You better read some fucking books and figure out how to talk. Y'all think just because he's there, that's good enough. It's not. My daddy was there all the time at everything. And yes, there's a part of me that always was so grateful that he showed up for me the way he did. But then also, I remember that he really made me walk on eggshells every time he was around. Every time he was around, I'm super self-conscious that I might be doing something that's going to aggravate him. It's tiring to have to be so hyper aware around somebody. It's also tiring to want to emotionally engage. It wasn't until I actually received the type of love that I did not get that I realized how fucked up it was that I didn't get it. Meaning that lady saying, "You love me," and him making her work for that, abuse. I don't give a fuck. It's too easy to say, of course I love you. Of course I do. I don't want to be here, but I love you, so I'm here. That's all he had to do. You could have still stayed true to yourself and still gave your wife the validation that she needed in a moment to let everybody else know how you value her. His problem in their entire relationship is his inability to show up for her publicly. From the beginning of the relationship until fucking now, his inability to outwardly show love and affection for his wife on a public scale is the problem. She feels belittled in those moments, and you can't tell me no different, because you can tell. You can tell that when she's asking him for validation and he doesn't give it to her because he don't want to show out in front of everybody else. Somebody saying that it's being fake for you to say you love your wife in front of people, what y'all be going through, bruh? If you think that it's fake for a man to say he loves his wife in front of other people, that means you think that he don't really love her. Because that would be fake. If I don't love you, why would I say I love you in front of people? That would be me being fake. But if I truly love you in private and in real life, I'm never going to not validate that I love you. Never. Even if it means you can no longer have access to me, I will never deny that I love you. Never. You know why? Because I want you to know that if you lost it, you lost it. I want you to know what it was that you lost. I'm not going to ever rewrite history and act like I didn't love you. Oh no, I loved you very much. And you still did me like this. So when people don't want to tell somebody that they love them, that's a power thing. That's a power play. That's a way to control the dynamic. Why? For who? Who are you not telling? Like who are you not performing your love in a certain way to this woman for? Who are you thinking about seeing you saying you love your wife on TV and feeling like, oh, I don't want them to hear me say that? Who? Because it reminds me of Marceau. And y'all could never tell me that it wasn't because he was trying to keep his hoes alive. Right. Emotionally abusive relationships are they're so hard to catch. They're so hard to catch. You really have to see it. And yes, women can be beautiful and strong and well put together and have their own businesses and still be in relationships with men that take every cheap shot they can take when a woman isn't expecting it. Build that woman up, make her feel fantastic, and out of nowhere, say some shit to her that pulls her ass back down off the pedestal that you just finished placing her on. It's emotional abuse, my nigga. Just because you don't recognize it don't mean that's not what it is. Y'all hoes didn't know what love languages was 5 years ago. Yes. Stoicism. People get so confused stoicism with emotional intellect all the time, and that's why we always revisit this conversation. Stoicism can sometimes, and a lot of the time, especially with men, it's a control factor. That's all it is. I keep my energy to myself so I don't have to give it to you, and it makes you feed into me, and then I don't have to give back to you. You just keep feeding into me, and I never have to give back to you, because telling her that you love her in a moment, showing up in a way that's not ornery and mean, that is you allowing yourself to relax for real in the moment. Whenever men are being stoic like that and being quiet, they're doing so much energetically to keep their energy within themselves. I know we like to act like we have a difference of opinion. And we could have a difference of opinion, but I really don't think I'm wrong about this. Deeply. I really do not think I'm wrong about this. And I think that Angela can require more of him. Even with everything that he's doing, guess what? You so fantastic, nigga. Do some more. You still alive. Because at the end of the day, y'all, Charles is not my daddy's age. My daddy was born in 1948. Let's see what year Charles Oakley was born in. Charles was born in 1963. 63. So to me, I feel like you are young enough to graduate a little bit off of my daddy's generation's model. My daddy's generation's model, you can graduate off that a little bit. You can. You can elevate a little bit more into the vulnerability that is required of you to be in relation with women in a way that doesn't take from them, that also gives back to them in a mutual way. And y'all only think money, y'all think money and sex are the only ways that you can give back to women, and women just accept that. No, the emotional part is important. Talking to you, making eye contact with you, validating your emotions, joking with you, actually engaging with you in a way that makes you feel like you are talking to a friend and not talking to somebody like a mean daddy that you keep trying to get the validation and affection from. Angela could require more from that nigga. And a part of the way she talked in that interview, and y'all can go watch the full thing if y'all want to. I won't be breaking it down. But the way, I'm about to play this clip though. The way she talked about their relationship deeply reminds me of my parents' relationship. And men who show themselves to be valuable in that way will always be able to keep women, because women don't think that they deserve better than what they're getting. They think what they're getting is the best that it's going to get. And so they shouldn't require more. And I feel like you should require so much of people, because they will take the inch in a space that you give them and take a fucking mile. Okay? And also, yes, their age difference. If Charles Oakley is 61, Angela is what, 42? 44? She's 44. That's enough of an age difference, y'all, that their dynamic is going to be him being stoic and mean, and her always vying for his affections, and then making all of these concessions for how mean he is to her because of the good things that he does. And then the moments when he's actually nice, she'll feel like it's all worth it. And then he'll go right back to being mean and dismissive. And it doesn't have to show up in screaming or cursing all the time, because Charles makes me feel like he has a good enough vocabulary that he barely has to grunt in order to get the point across. We are all missing good components that make us not the best people that we can be. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that shouldn't be used as a scapegoat to allow people to continue to rest in these very toxic things. And to me, y'all acting like that man cannot treat that lady better, that she should just be okay with that mistreatment because that's not his love language. Yeah, no. No. Everything she said about herself, you are deserving of somebody that emotionally validates you in public.
Do you believe Phaedra started this rumor that Charles is still cheating on you?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
And you know this because
of the person she used to start the rumor told me it was her.
Do you believe this person telling the truth?
Yes, he had a lot to lose if he didn't. And it's just who he is and things that he done in his past. He didn't want to come to light. So I found out about it. And I was just like, you're going to tell me, what happened and who sent you? And he beat around the bush and he just said, I'm going to tell you. And he did tell us. And then there was just this connection to Athens, Georgia. I'm like, I've never met anybody from Athens, Georgia, ever. And I've been in Georgia 20 years. Never, unless I never. And to be in a room with 4 people from Athens at the same time, I was just like, okay. But yeah, he did tell me, and I do 100% believe him. I do, because everything made sense. Like, your sister went to high school with her brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you come in this
Do you believe Phaedra started this rumor?
high school with her brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you come in this room and you don't know anybody here, but ironically, your sister went to high school with Phaedra's brother. You know, I'm like, okay. So it's like, Angela, I told you the truth. And he did.
How did you feel about that once that was all discovered?
I was disappointed because I was told, you know, get to know Phaedra. She's coming back, get to know her. And I kind of looked to her for information. Like, tell me how this works. I'm new to reality TV. Tell me the inroads. Tell me the inside out. And, you know, she was a source of information. So for that to happen, I'm just like, yeah, it was a breach of trust. And, you know, I didn't appreciate that at all. And it's like, what? The truth is so much better than fiction. Like, why do you have to lie on my husband? Like, let's just talk about the things that we've been through. And when me and Charles took this show, we were like, we're going to talk about everything we've been through. All of it. Because we didn't want to be ambushed with anything. So let's let the world.
Charles said he was going to talk. Girl, I ain't seen Charles really talk or say much or nothing. Besides, you know, he don't care about how them hoes feel about him. I don't think we've actually heard him talk about anything. We've heard you talk about it.
No. And for her to create a lie, it was just, it was devious.
Okay, so I told y'all, what do I tell y'all about Phaedra? Creep, 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 creep. Okay, Phaedra's a creep to me. And so I definitely feel like she probably set that shit up. I feel like it was probably her in cahoots with the producers. And that's some snake ass shit. And that's why, you know, I feel how I feel about Phaedra. I don't really see it for her. I don't. I think she's a great mom. I just don't see it for her though. I think Angela is a really great person. When I say she reminds me like of my mom, like I mean that in like a way of also recognizing these very integral parts of her that I feel like my mom also had, like this, you know, you treat people really well, you're honest, you stand on your shit, you're not really disillusioned, you know, even if you don't really see your blind spot that big, you don't see your blind spot because it comes from something within yourself that you're not really willing to like unwrap. But essentially you find a monster that you can trauma bond with. And that feels just as good as being in a mutually respectful, loving relationship. That's what you tell yourself in your mind, right? That's what makes it okay to be with men like Charles, because they give you all of these other things that make you feel like what you give up is worth it. But the truth of the matter is, it's really not. It's really, really not. It's exhausting. It's so exhausting. No, I know. My mom's a Capricorn. Those earth signs are very like loyal people. You know, when they decide to be loyal. But to me, I feel like everybody knows that Charles cheats or was a cheater. I think everybody knew that. I think the producers knew it. I think that was the reason why they wanted her to come on the show, because they wanted him to be outed. I think the way Phaedra talked about him off rip, I think the shit that Porsha said she knew about him, it absolutely gives that Charles might still be cheating on Angela. Maybe not as much. Maybe with some old faithfuls, people that know how to keep their mouth shut ever so often. But he's still in a space that he can get it. So why not? Especially if I can hide it better. A lot of times men go to therapy and all of that, and they get past it just so that they can learn how to cheat better, so that they can protect the woman from it. And whenever a woman starts talking about respectful cheating, which she did talk about in that relationship, is because at some point they were trying to wrap their minds around being okay with the mistreatment. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely feel like, yes, Phaedra is not Angela's issue, but also Phaedra is a fucking issue, because girl, get a life. Get a life. Won't you be more honest about crystals in your coochie or something? Find something to do. Like, that's weird as fuck. I'm really stop talking about love language in these comments. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my God. Anyway, but yeah, y'all, I really like Angela. I still think that she's the breakout star of this season. Everybody keeps talking about how they would have liked to see her in previous seasons with those other women, and I'm like, I don't know. Because I was tired of a lot of them hoes that they name. I was tired of Nene. I'm sorry, y'all. I was tired of Nene giving everybody her ass to kiss and not wanting to show up and engage. I was tired. I don't like Kim Zolciak. I never liked the white woman that y'all put in a group of black women. Also, we can just strip down and find out how racist she really is. And then y'all keep bringing her up in respect to these other women as if, she's not a racist that pretends to like black people so that she can exploit her proximity to them. Like, I need for y'all to know that Kim is no different than Erica Mena or Evelyn Lozada. Y'all know anytime, white Latina women are hanging heavily around black women, it's usually because they get something from the proximity of being around those black women that they probably wouldn't get if they had to be around a whole bunch of white women or their ethnicity of women. Like they would not stand out amongst those women the way they feel they stand out amongst black women because of racism. So Kim is one of those. It really annoys me when people bring her up in respect to these women like, oh, she was such a great person to have on the show. Bullshit. Sheree is vapid and boring as fuck. And when I tell y'all there is nothing worse than watching women age and gain no wisdom, watching women age and still have the mind of a stupid young woman is sad and it's not entertaining. I think people are having the same response to the Sex and the City reboot, where they're watching these women be extended versions of their younger selves in a way that they didn't actually gain any wisdom in that time, which makes you look at their story like, bitch, still? Like, this is just sad at this point. Like, I'm sorry, but like, that like, y'all, come on. Sheree getting with Tyrone, Sheree getting with fucking Martell. Like, you don't think that's her still being whatever young-minded girl got with that cockeyed nigga she married? Like, they don't grow up. That's not fun to watch. I want to watch women age gracefully, gain more wisdom, explore life in different ways. Like that's what I want to see. I am tired of seeing y'all stop growing when y'all got in these toxic relationships that y'all's identities are based off of because y'all are housewives. So you become like whatever version of yourself when you started this shit, that's the version of yourself that you never grow past. And it's really exhausting. It's not fun. I need y'all to grow up a little bit. Give us some better examples of old bitches. Talking about needing to grow up.
Day one, waking up in Germany after losing our home in LA. Me and my kids moved out of place, put our stuff in storage, or most of it in the trash, but some of it in the storage. And we don't have a home, y'all. But guess what? Thank God for family, because we're in Germany with my family and we're going to be here till I figure it out, because I will, as I always do. But the last couple of years have been so rough, working my butt off, not making enough money, end up losing my place. And now we're staying with family until I know what I can figure out what's next. And don't ask me what that is, because everybody's like, so what's the plan? I have no idea. I needed to freaking clear my head so I can come up with a plan. And all I know is we're happy. Day one, waking up and
okay.
We're healthy, we're powerful, we're capable, and there's so much opportunity out there. And sometimes losing something is only taking you to the next place that you're meant to be. So we'll see what life has got in store for us.
Okay. So let's talk about this, right? Based on the things that I have read and how I've seen life, I don't necessarily judge or criminalize people that are homeless the way I think other people do, because I recognize that this system is so toxic and fucked up that it is hard and it takes a lot of being able to deal with abuse in order for you to survive in this system that we live in that is built off of forced labor and the devaluing of work that is done by artists, the feminine or women. meaning that it's something to be exploited and not paid well, not paid enough to live, right? This happens to women more than it happens to men. And this is why we tell the women all the time, you have to be so careful about who you have children with, because the effects of our society being capitalist will affect women and children before it affects any man. That's just how it works. And so you as a woman have to be responsible and not use your coochie as a dish rag, not have babies or have sex in order to exact revenge on other women or to compete for an ain't shit ass man. Like, the reason why you don't do those things is because you'll be like damn near 40 years old, homeless, because you did not think about life in a factual way, but a delusional way. Okay? So there's a part of me that feels like back when Amina Buddafly did not have any children and she decided to start having children as a way to compete with Tara for that Dirty Feet Pete's love, that was where the mistake was made. That is where the mistake was made. However, the children are here. And it's hard out here. I do believe it's hard out here. And I think it's great that she's able to go back to Germany and be with her family and be in a home where they are protected. That's what family is for. Family is for people to be able to go and be safe if they fell on hard times or don't have it. Like, their children are not supposed to be unsafe or suffering simply so that y'all can punish the mother. So to me, I'm like, I think that's fantastic that you are in Germany and with your family and around your family members so that they can support you and support your children, more so your children than you. Because to me, I feel like your children don't deserve to suffer just because you are a pick-me. Like, that's just how I feel. You know what I'm saying? So I know there's a part of us that wants to like attack Amina and like call her like, stupid dumb bitch, and all of that shit like old girl did, like Ra Ali did. But the truth of the matter is shit happens to people, y'all. Shit happens to people. It's hard out here. And everybody's being sold a delusional fairy tale to build their lives off of. And then when it has its effects, its negative effects, everybody turns around and points the finger and says, see, bitch, you should have known better. And yeah, but also people should still help. Glad she still has help. I'm sure she'll figure it out for herself. She's talented. She's always been very, ingenuitous. She got ingenuity about herself. So I think she'll figure it out. But at the same time, I think this is just, a cautionary tale to remind you not to have children for men that cannot support you. So if you get with a man and you see he doesn't really have any money because he's living with his baby moms and his feet are dirty, you should probably not have children with him, because if you fall on hard times, he can't help you because he doesn't have it. And that's not, oh, let's blame Dirty Feet Pete. But also, you should not have children when you financially cannot take care of them. And Dirty Feet Pete doesn't like to he doesn't like to put condoms on. He actually feels like it's an extension of his manhood to continue to have babies with women that he can't financially support and then leave all of the weight on the women to financially support those children. I also feel like he seeks out women that he knows aren't as smart or may not have as much life experience. I think he sought Amina out purposefully because there was a level of shit she did not know yet, that life had not had a chance to teach her yet. And it's the same thing with all of the other women. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all catch them at times when they don't really understand or know any better for real. Because I believe that women think that we're all just trying to grow towards something. So if me and Dirty Feet Pete have a baby when we're on a reality show, I'm thinking that at some point this rapper, manager, producer is going to turn this opportunity in a way to do better for himself. And he doesn't, because he was always a 40-year-old bum. And you thought that y'all were on the same level because he wanted you to think y'all were on the same level. But the truth of the matter is he was a bum when he met you, and he's a bum now. And if you were paying attention to that instead of love and letting y'all create music and fuck your head up, And then you would not have had you wouldn't have had Tara as the one trying to keep you away from your love, right? Because whenever you create this dynamic of triangulation, it makes women fight for toxic relationships even harder because they feel like they have something that somebody else wants. In this society, when somebody makes you feel like you have something that somebody else wants, you all of a sudden find value in it that you may not have had on your own. That's why they need triangulation. Because they need you to believe that some other woman is willing to fight over them, which means they're the prize, which means you should fight harder. Because look at all of these people that are vying for me, bitch. You got to work harder if you want to get me. And I don't feel like that works with men. On a grand scale, I don't think that works with men. I don't think women should ever be competing for men. I think men should have to compete for women. And the only reason I say that is because what I've seen is that women who fall in love with men will give them everything, and men will feel still in the confines of that, like they got to keep some shit for themselves so that they're never fully vulnerable with the woman the way the woman is vulnerable with them. That dynamic like tells me that the woman has to be, you know what I'm saying? Like she has to be in charge of the situation because the man, you know what I mean? Like he'll fly in the wind, girl. You cannot, like men are fickle. Men are fickle. One minute they want this, the next minute they want that. You cannot internalize that. And a lot of women internalize that. You can't be out here chasing no nigga, girl. You can't. Because you have to remember that, especially if you're a certain type of woman, beautiful, young, talented, work hard, smart, anything like that. And you standing next to a nigga, you are upping his value just by standing next to him. As soon as somebody takes a picture with y'all, people will be like, oh, they fucking. And they will think, oh, he Mac, he a player. And they'll think you're a whore. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me that's not what y'all see all the time. They take pictures with people and then y'all think they fucking. And automatically in your mind that devalues the woman and adds more value to the man. She added more value to that nigga than he ever gave to her. I don't care whether he put you on a reality show or not. At the end of the day, the men are a conduit because they're not the actually entertaining part. Like they're not. It's always the relationship or the women that's actually entertaining. If men were that entertaining, then reality shows would center around just men. If y'all notice, reality shows never center around just men. Not the way like Housewives and those shows do, because they're not entertaining enough because of the stoicism, the not actually growing into different parts of their personalities out of fear of being perceived as lame or gay. So niggas just be stale. They be stale. And then they think personality is being an asshole like Ray J. That's charisma to people. Being outwardly manipulative and aggy as fuck.
No, but seriously.
So Peter said, really thought we gave the world enough of our private life. However, the show must go on and this must be addressed. Join me on live at 1 p.m. Eastern.
So
did it come and go?
When I post with my ex-husband, I go viral. Yo.
So this says, Amina, you have to let him go. Seriously, it's getting ridiculous at this point. He loved Tara out loud and you in secret. And see, I don't even like the way this person said that shit because it places value on Tara like she deserved more love than Amina did because he loved Tara out loud. He married Amina. Peter is the fucking problem. Don't frame it like, oh, girl, he was treating that other woman better than you as if she's not deserving of better treatment. No, he's a manipulative liar. And he'll give one woman one thing and he'll give the other woman another thing. Whatever he thinks will keep them. We are so sorry this happened to you. You didn't deserve it, especially while pregnant, but you knew he had blah, 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 blah. Okay?
Y'all be taking it so serious. It is so funny. I just looked at the comments. Calling your feelings, you think you know everything, and say shit like that. Meanwhile, do you see this? I got gray hair, okay? I was young when I was in Love and Hip Hop. I'm 42 years old. This is 10 plus years ago. And you still on that? I mean, all I gotta do is make videos with my ex-husband and I go viral on TikTok, which equals, let's do another one, Peter Guns.
So basically, y'all are exploiting you guys' toxic relationship to make money off of it?
And this going viral, it was an accident, but I can get to 1 million views by posting with my ex. Okay, come on now. That may be my new niche because y'all.
You see how capitalism forces women to be in relation to men that they should really let go of? You see? You see? And if she had sought out better for herself from the beginning, she would not have to still utilize their toxic, degenerate relationship as a way to make money. She needs resources. When women have resources, they really don't fool with niggas like that. She needs resources. That's what she's saying. That if she had the money, she probably wouldn't even be making no fucking videos with that nigga. But realize that it helps her make money. And right now she's homeless. So she needs money. What does that force her to do? Be in proximity to her ain't shit ass baby daddy. That's what that tells me.
Caught up and falling for that shit. And we are, well, I am collecting the dollars. Keep commenting, please. Keep commenting crazy shit. Long comments, please. Tell me all the shit you know about me. Keep it going.
We know you like to use being a bird as a way to, like, you know, monetize life. But I'm gonna tell you, girl, I'm not about to be mad at you.
We're how day one with.
I'm not gonna be too mad at you, girl. I'm not. Because I feel like it was obvious that, you know, there was a childlike quality about her even back then. And he, as a grown adult, pimp-minded, creepy old nigga, took advantage of that fact. And I think whenever men do that to women, they stunt their personal growth. And I think that there should have been a point, Amina, where you decided to do something different so that you could take care of yourself. But instead, it's like you continue to do the same thing over and over again as you know, an insanity, right? Like, are you not writing jingles? Are you know what I'm saying? Like, there should have been a way to monetize songwriting for her in a way that helped her take care of herself so that she did not have to use exploiting her relationship in order to make money. Because she is so talented. And it makes me wonder what actually happened to where there's this disconnect that you haven't gained anything solid for yourself in these past 15 years, 20 years or so. Like, I just would like to understand what happened. And it's not a judgment because you never know what happens to people. Like, oh, I had it and then, stock market, or somebody stole it, or I got scammed, or I, couldn't find work for a little while. So I ran out of fucking money from the last time I worked. Like, there are reasons for these things, y'all. So it's not like I'm saying it in a judgy manner because I'm really not. But I think Amina allows her emotions and her feelings about relationships or men to distract her from what she's supposed to be doing. And that's the reason why she still needs to be in this space of using that toxic relationship with that dirty feet ass man for clout. And it makes him feel like he's valuable in some way when really he should be way more valuable than just being able to show up and be on camera to add some legitimacy to whatever you're talking about. Girl. Amina's story is a story of a lot of talented girls that came into the music industry, got pumped up with some sleazy producers, kids, and dumped, never made it to her dream. And it's like, why? Why? Like, I wonder, is there not another way to do it? You know what I'm saying? I wonder this about Taraji too. I think about Taraji in this respect. Like, because sometimes I feel like we keep hitting our head wanting something, and maybe it's time to change what you want so that you can actually get to where you're trying to go. You know what I'm saying? I just wonder. Because sometimes it feels like you just keep trying to do the same thing, and maybe you need to, like, you need to curtail. You need to move a little bit. Okay, so let's see what happened.
You not gonna do shit either, nigga. Like I told you, I'll beat the shit out you right now. Hey yo.
So I guess a fan tried to talk to Trey Songz, and Trey Songz wanted to like fight him. I'm saying.
You not gonna do shit either, nigga. Like I told you.
Okay, girl. Is this another one of these abusive men about to get into another altercation? It's so funny to me, like the man that wanted to go shake his hand. So after everything that Trey Songz has done, you're still a fan of his, and then he played you out like a sucker. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Always pay attention to the things that the behaviors that men think are okay as long as they're doing it to a woman, but when a man does it to them, okay, niggas feelings be hurt. You know what I'm saying? I just, like Trey Songz is a fucking weirdo. I can't believe y'all are still walking up to him wanting to take pictures and wanting to shake his hand. Like that's weirdo shit to me. Okay, so it seems as if, somebody got their Tyler Perry check.
What's going on, y'all? Please stay put after the trailer for the second half of season 4. Have some incredible new news on the All the Queens Men universe. So please don't scroll. Stay with me for a second. Thanks.
You're running scared. I don't play like that.
Okay, so I don't have time for whatever this is, but this is obviously a new trailer for All the Queens Men. And it's expanding, so that means they're probably going to come out with a spinoff show of more degradation and darkness masquerading in a few funny moments. Girl, I don't know. But it's giving you worked everything out with Tyler. And this is a good time to release that new project to make everybody think that everything's fine over here. And, that it's just that white guy. It's just that white guy. Fuck that white guy. Fuck that one white guy. Who cares? Okay, you can't trust white people. Fuck that one white guy. I hope y'all know I'm being facetious. Okay. So then speaking of shows.
Packing. How you think KK got here? No, it's just He's packing.
Oh wow. Is that the whole one? No, it's not. I saved that because the trailer for their show is coming out. It's on Peacock. I don't know if it came out all the way yet. But that was the trailer for their show. Are y'all gonna watch it? I feel like I'm gonna watch it just to see. But I do feel like it's about to be some I feel like it's about to be some bullshit. Nah, he ain't packing, baby girl. We saw the video. Oh no. Honestly, I feel like dick size is not that important. Like the truth of the matter is the internal vagina is not that long, girl. Okay? It's about positioning. Okay? I just want to say that it's about erection and positioning usually. Okay? Work it out, girl. Work it out.
Do you think everyone is with who they deserve? What do you mean? If you're with someone who isn't that great to you, it's because you don't believe you deserve better. And so, and I've been talking to this a lot with so I had this recent conversation. I went to Malta and I'm sitting around a group of women and we're talking about the Diddy trial. And what happens is these women start sharing all of these abusive relationships that they were in. And they talk about how they didn't feel safe even to share with the men in their lives because the men in their lives were like, well, if he touch you, if he do this, I'm going to jail because I'm going to come. And so I shared this story online and it was so sad how many men were like, yeah, but then we step in and they stay. So then what? And I'm just like, whoa. Basically even saying like, how do you know you stay too long? Everyone in certain relationships, I feel like they deserve it because it's like, if you don't want better for yourself, no one can lead you out of it.
First time I watched this, I was like, period brain, my mind is foggy. I'm missing context. Went back and watched it a second time, and then I became confused by the context. Went back and watched it a third time, and then became pissed off by the context. So I was like, let me show this to my best friend. Went downstairs, we watched it together, and on the fourth time, we became infuriated by the context. And again, because I've seen their content before, I was trying to understand, and I was like, deserve is just not the right word for this. My best friend said the same thing, because the definition of deserve is to do something or have or show qualities worthy of reward or punishment. Now, here's the problem with this. You're talking about qualities as in insecurities, but insecurities are the byproduct of trauma. So to say that somebody's trauma that leads to the quality of them being insecure makes them worthy of punishment is fucking sick. And I was like,
yes, exactly.
like, she can't mean that. I decided to jump in the comment section because I'm like, I know somebody else had questions about this. I know somebody else also felt like deserve was not the right word and nuance is lacking from this take, and they're looking for clarity, and she's probably cleared it up because Mandy and Weezy are supposed to be girls, and y'all are in the kink community, which is heavy on safety and fucking consent. So then I see Attorney Jasmine saying, hard agree. That's why it's free puff. In full court pumps, Mandy says, I'm fucking sorry. What's funny? Because I'm not being willfully obtuse. I understand the premise of if you don't believe that you are deserving of better treatment, or you believe you are deserving of mistreatment, you will keep accepting that mistreatment. But that does not mean that you are deserving. And that tells me, based off the way in which you interacted with that comment by Attorney Jasmine, and God, I hope she's not representing any of y'all, is that you believe that people like Cassie and the other victims of Diddy were deserving in the mistreatment that they faced because they either thought that they were deserving of that or didn't realize they deserved better, and that's sick as fuck. And I know y'all were on the show to promote your book, but my question is, why the fuck would we buy it now?
Listen, the clip that Jasmine originally played was from the Breakfast Club interview with the Horrible Decisions podcast. I don't know if I still follow them on YouTube. I have to go look. But I'll say this. There are some women that feel a lot of shame about their sexuality, even though they pretend that they don't. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't actually taken the shame out of their sexual expression. Because if they had, they wouldn't say shit like this. Really, y'all, it's not people's fault that they're not smart enough to see the abuser that is watching them from afar and is preying on what they don't know. It's still the abuser's fault. The abuser is still actively seeking to pull a wool over your eyes, to lie to you, to deceive you in order to get you to do what they want you to do. Or they're either trying to deceive you into it, they're trying to bully you into it, they're trying to keep asking so that they can tire you down. That's another thing. Asking somebody to do something that they don't want to do over and over and over and over and over again is a way of tiring them out and wearing them down. So is the answer really the truest answer that they wanted to give, or did they give that answer so that you would stop annoying them and asking them over and over and over again? Because even little boys peep how to do that. Even little boys peep how to do that. Like, little boys learn at an early age that they can tire their moms out with asking something over and over and over and over and over and over again. Once they realize that that's all it takes, they start to manipulate in that way. And then they get older and they do the same thing. They just wear you out. And then when you become a teenager into an adult, you'll view it as a woman. You'll view it like, oh, he's applying pressure. He really wants me. Girl, no. Okay. But yeah, that was such a weird word. That's why I say, like, no, I don't think I have to tell y'all the truth about the things that y'all say, because I feel like y'all like to glaze over it, or y'all like to say things in a way that doesn't tell the truth of how you actually feel. How you actually feel is that hoes deserve mistreatment because they're hoes. And the reason why you feel like that is because of the years of abuse and puritanical punishment that has been subjugated to women over hundreds of years. You don't know of it, but you feel it. We have universal consciousness. Your DNA down the line, your family line, your DNA remembers certain things. But if they erase history, you don't know why you remember these things. So you need the history in order to validate the personal experiences. That usually you have the greater understanding of what's happening, and then you have the micro examples of what's happening at the same time, and those things sometimes validate one another, right? And so when you realize how historically women have been made to feel about sexuality is always been just a tool to be used to exact power over everybody. It's not really being done because it's true. It's being done because that's how you can control people. Once you recognize that, you have got to start thinking about sexuality in a different way. You have got to stop being ashamed of wanting pleasure, of seeing yourself in a sexual way, of enjoying sex, of liking sex. Y'all don't realize how much you feel like women are deserving of punishment for seeking out sexual experiences. And that's why y'all are okay with saying, oh, she wanted to be there. Oh, that makes it okay. And what we know is that when you cross somebody's boundaries, it's not okay. It doesn't matter if they actually wanted a portion of it. But her saying the BDSM crowd, let me tell y'all something about the BDSM crowd. It's a bunch of victims and abusers pretending like they are choosing to do what they're doing. A lot of them, not all, but a lot of them are using outside manipulation in order to convince the person that they're in the BDSM relationship with, in order to convince that person that they should do the things that they want them to do. And because that person is like agreeing to it because they think this is something that's going to be like sexually beneficial, pleasure. Show me something that I've never seen before. Let me have an experience I've never experienced before. You down for that. You go through the BDSM of it, right? Which will be kind of like the pleasure, pain, recovery, and all of that. That creates this cycle of you enjoying an abuse cycle. BDSM to me is directly related to the abuse cycle. I don't care what they're talking about, which is why I think it's a very precarious thing, like the BDSM community. And there are ways to explore sex that's not BDSM. And I'm about to start reading and getting into that, so I'll have more context for that later. But as of right now, what I can tell y'all about my understanding of BDSM is that I have watched abusive men use the intellect and I'm giving you a choice and we're agreeing on something. But then what I've actually seen is the sexual experience putting the woman in a cycle of abuse that ends up being a part of the relationship dynamic outside of the scene. Because it's very hard to compartmentalize what you do in sex, which means what you do in scenes, versus what's happening outside in the actual relationship that's formed. That's why you can't say that just because somebody enjoyed BDSM, that means they were a willing participant in their abuse, because they don't even realize how they're being brought into this cycle. And the person that is doing it knows what they are doing. They want you to think they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Yes. Yes, I posted it on my tantric. And isn't tantric an extension of Kama Sutra? Listen, y'all, I love me some Shan Booty. I posted it on my community page. Shan Booty was doing a live with a specialist, a woman that is, I guess, well, known in Kama Sutra, this elder, beautiful Indian woman. And they were talking about this jewelry that you put on your body during sex that has a mechanical aspect to it. So where like, okay, so the chain belt that you put around your waist, and because I don't like riding, it's not one of my favorite things, girl. Sorry. But they talked about you have to get in this position where you're going back and forth, not up and down. Like porn makes you want to go up and down, but what you really need to be doing is back and forth when you're on top. So the bells, they said that as long as the jewelry around your waist doesn't make any noise, you're doing it right. And when I have seen women on top and what looks to be like this very powerful position, I could see why men wouldn't like women to be in that position. Because then you're the one up above. And then when women are in that space, they're very godlike. And I don't care what anybody's talking about. Women that are like fully in a sexual space of like confidence and pleasure and knowing what they're doing with their body and all of that, that's a very godlike quality to have. Big things happen during sex. Okay? Big things happen during sex, before sex, after sex. And Back and forth will also deliver your needs from evil. My goodness. Yes. 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 That's another part of it. Yeah, because it tires you out. Exactly. So this video, I'm like, I need to get this jewelry, girl. I need to get all of this jewelry. It's a whole bunch of different jewelry. But like we do the waist beads. A lot of the girls around my way, we do the waist beads. This takes that even more so. And so they were talking about all of these different ways that the jewelry on the body is meant to align with how the sex is supposed to be had, and slowing things down and all of that type of shit. So I was like, oh, girl, I'm about to really go and get into that. Okay, come on. Books to read while on vacation. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, y'all, you have to like search for pleasure in ways that are nurturing to you, because I think our society keeps giving you pleasure in this very bastardized, corrupted, abusive way. And we a lot of the times are being funneled into the abuse. That's where BDSM comes from. Like, it's our sexual response to being in an abusive system, trying to find pleasure, and how they've corrupted that. There are other ways. There are other ways, okay? But yeah, y'all, I just feel like a lot of the girls are like whores, and they still feel so much shame around being a whore. And I just kind of feel like we've got to get to a space where we stop giving a fuck about that word, right? Because, girl, so what? Like, it's your coochie. I would never understand how other women are so worried about another woman being a whore. Like, girl, why do you care? What does that have to do with you? Is it because you feel like you're in competition with the hoes? Oh, so then you don't have enough self-esteem to realize that you're not really in competition with anybody. Oh, okay. Oh, no. We don't need to argue about it. You don't have enough self-confidence not to be comparing yourself to somebody else. We all have our trials, girl. We all have our tribulations. I didn't want to play that whole video because I was scared I was gonna get a copyright strike.
What's going on?
Okay.
Y'all, please stay put after the trailer for the second half of season 4. Have some incredible new news on the All the Queens Men universe. So please don't scroll. Stay with me for a second. Thanks.
You're running scared. I don't play like that.
Marilyn DeVille is a self-made businesswoman and a pillar of the community.
She is going to jail for the rest of her life.
I have something very special planned for her. Tonight, I represent Eden. Most importantly, you represent me. Trouble came to the precinct today. She's gonna testify. If she finds out that you and I are working together,
watch your back.
Feels like an inside job. I'm gonna make them regret they ever stepped foot in my club.
Y'all, there is not a single likable person on this show.
You know it's priceless? Loyalty.
Like, it's one thing for us to all have our issues, but for not one person on the show to be likable is insane.
You know that's bad for your health.
So is double-crossing me.
It could be the final nail we need in Madam's coffin.
You're under arrest.
I think we need to take a plea.
I'll own you.
Careful with your threats, madam.
Y'all already know what to do. You stand up when you talk to the queen.
Okay, so July 24th, the second half of All the Queens Men season 4 drops. I'm excited. I was already happy to be turning 50 on that day. But this is an even better present. So if anybody can figure out how to do a big ass internet watch party or something like that, please let me know so I can try to pull up and enjoy it with y'all and share that moment with y'all. Shout out to the couple 100,000 of y'all that are renewing their BT Plus subscription just for our favorite show. I do the same thing. It's cool. Not judging you.
Meaning that when my show isn't on, I unsubscribe because I don't want that nigga to get my money.
I will say, in transparency, it is disappointing to continuously find out that, your show is coming back on the internet instead of finding out from the network. And I've mentioned that in previous seasons, and it's still happening. Or to see the trailer online and have to go search for the trailer so I can try to download the trailer for the hit show that I created for this studio and this network, instead of getting it, getting it sent when everybody else is getting theirs. It does feel dismissive and disrespectful when it continues to happen and you've addressed it and it still happens. So at this point, I do not believe that the prequel series that I've written and the spinoff show, any prequel or sequels, I do not believe I'll be doing them with BET. I'm speaking with some amazing people that are interested, other streamers. So the All the Queens Men universe will continue to thrive. I'm just not sure where it's going to be. It's not up to the studio. It's not up to the network. It's up to me, thankfully. So I will let you guys know where it's going to end up. Whether you noticed or not, season 2, my Created by credit was removed. And I asked to get it back and they said no. And I ended up having to call the WGA, call the union to force the studio to give me my credit back that I had earned. I created this 15 years ago and I've been working on it for 15 years. I think God gave it to me because he knew I was going to protect it, and I will. But some things, these things got to change. So I'll figure out where it's going to be, but the universe will continue. All the Queens Men universe will carry on. And it'll continue to get even bigger and even better. The Vegas residency, I'm looking at next summer for the stage play, All the Queens Men Live. I'm hoping to drop it in Vegas at an amazing casino. I'm speaking with a couple casinos right now, hoping to drop it in there next summer and then go on tour, hopefully to a city near you or to your city. So, and the play is written, it's incredible. So I'm really excited about that. So there's a lot of good news, a lot of great things going on within the All the Queens Men world. In the prequel and sequel space, unfortunately, there are going to be a few personnel changes. Sometimes it happens, unfortunately, where some people get entitled or arrogant and unprofessional and, start coming to work high and inebriated on a regular basis, or start saying whatever they want to when the camera's rolling, and disrespectful ad libs and things. And those things will be addressed. So there may be some personnel changes. But
who's doing that? Bitch, who's doing that?
But the show will go on. And I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about July 24th. And I love and appreciate y'all. Thank you for the love and support for our favorite show.
Good for you, Christian. I just want to say BET Plus is a streaming service operated by Tyler Perry Studios and the BET Media Group, a subsidiary of Paramount Global CBS Entertainment Group. The service was first announced in 2019. Okay, launched in 2019, BET Plus. Okay, so I feel like them saying that Tyler Perry owns, a minority stock, but that also says that it's working in conjunction with his studio. It makes me feel like all of the critiques about the network are about Tyler Perry. I think that whatever he did to threaten Tyler Perry got him the rights to his shit, which means he can now take it away from Tyler Perry in BET Plus and bring it somewhere else where it'll be done in a better capacity. Because I do feel like the first season, it was a good show, and it's taken this turn into darkness that is not really that enjoyable to watch for me all the time. Like, I just feel like I've gone to hell and I don't want to go back there, like the end of a vacant dark street where people might be doing some freak nasty shit, but nobody, you want to hurry up and get to your car, you know what I mean? Because you don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. I was thinking it was probably one of the male dancers too. I don't like any of the male dancers except for light skin. And not the one from New Orleans, not the Asian, the Blasian boy, not him. The light skinned one. I forgot his name. He was the only likable character. Fuego. Yeah. Fuego is the only likable person on the entire fucking cast. I don't like Bolo. I don't like Bolo neither. I don't like the nigga who dick was fucked up on that first season because he kept tying it up. I don't like with Babyface crazy ass. He's a psychopath. Yeah, I don't like none of them niggas. All of them niggas energy gives you think way too highly of yourself. just because you're a pretty man. And I want you to know you're not going to always be pretty. You're going to age. And then we're just going to have to deal with you stuffing your dick with pills and having a bad attitude and remembering the days where women were actually thirsty for your dick. Like I think that's what we're going to be dealing with. They made Amp a bitch ass nigga. Oh my God. Amp is the fucking worst. And let's not even talk about whatever the actor has done to his face. Oh my God. I've been watching Divorced Sisters, y'all. I'm keeping tabs on it. And to be honest, I don't want to watch it because I feel like just the name of it is stupid. The only reason I'm watching it is because I really love LaToya Luckett. I really want the Viles family to be freed from subjugation. So I'm supporting that show for the actresses on the show, not because of Tyler Perry, because I love LaToya Luckett, and it's hard for me not to support LaToya Luckett. I love her. Like, you know, it's something about the like right after Katrina that makes LaToya Luckett feel like very personal. I don't know if it's just me. But like right after Katrina is when LaToya Luckett came out with Torn in Between the Two. Cause I really wanna be with you. Oh, telling me I should leave you alone. But I don't know. When I tell y'all they played the fuck out of that song right after Katrina, girl. And then they added a bounce version to it. And so every time I hear wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay. So yeah, you alone. Yes, girl, sing the lyrics with me. Okay. Yeah. So like because LaToya Luckett, after what happened with Destiny's Child and us still liking LaToya and Latavia, when LaToya finally came out with her solo shit, it felt like, oh my God, yay. Like it felt very personal to support LaToya Luckett when she came out on her solo shit. And I just remember, like, because I was so depressed and sad during that time, the music that was being played during that time, you know, it's loud in my mind more than the memories. It's the music that was playing during that time. And I remember one of them songs that I was listening to driving down that fucking long ass street in Baton Rouge, going from by that little girl house. Okay. Okay, going from by that little girl house, okay, down airline and shit, all the way to the Baton Rouge down airline, girl. Right across from the sex store, okay? That's where they had a lot of, like, trailers set up, you know, a lot of New Orleans people had moved into these, like, trailers and shit until they got apartments and houses and stuff. So, like, yeah, that was the music that was playing a lot during that time. I have a kinship to LaToya Luckett, and then I feel like me and LaToya Luckett look alike. So, like, especially when I have my short hair, when I have my short blonde hair, I definitely feel like me and LaToya was given, like, you know, similar looks and shit. So, like, I fuck with LaToya Luckett, girl. You know what I'm saying? On a, you know, outside type of way. Um, and I feel like her playing this role is a way for her to like kind of work out what happened in her marriage that we didn't get to see because they stopped filming the T.I. and Tiny show because of T.I. and Tiny. So we didn't get to see LaToya and her husband going through that divorce like we really wanted to because we was tired of that big head nigga. And so when she finally went through the girl, and I know she didn't remarry somebody else, and I'm wondering how that's going because, you know, she picks him up, marries him, and drops him off very quickly. Your girl don't waste no time. Okay. So you never know. She might still be with him. She might not. Either way, I love me some LaToya Luckett. I like to support her. And so that's why I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch it because it's LaToya and because it's the Val wife. Okay. And I still laugh to myself because I feel like, you know, as soon as we started seeing the vow, I was like, somebody gonna fuck that lady husband. Like somebody is going to fuck that lady's husband. There's no way around it. Like I don't feel like there's any way around it that somebody was gonna fuck the vow. Like before it was all said and done. You know, by the time he showed up at Zach on the show and they did the team, I was just like, yeah, somebody's gonna fuck that lady husband. I'm praying for them people. Okay. But it's given that, you know, men aren't always strong enough to turn down coochie, and men like him get coochie thrown at them with such fever, you know, with prestigious fortitude and strength. You know, coochie is thrown and just, you know, you know, offered up to men like DeVal. So yeah, I just kind of felt sad that she started working for Tyler Perry too, because I was just like, damn, now y'all both in indentured servitude. I'm sure they're getting paid a lot of money. I'm sure it's worth it for them. But the way the vow, no, it's never been said that the vow cheated. That's just what I like to jokingly say because of how I know women love men like him. So to me, there's just no way around it. But I don't think they ain't never said that nothing happened. And honestly, I think they have the type of relationship that he probably could fuck people, sparingly here or there, and she won't blink an eye about it. They got a lot of kids. That's another reason. Not hopefully it wasn't Tyler Perry. I can't stand y'all. I think LaToya was actually done a really great job developing as an actress. Me too. Me too. I think she's really good at most of the stuff that I see her in. And I do remember her from being on Greenleaf. Yes, that's God. Bondi, you have me rolling, not the lady throwing that cooch at Mr. Devine. You know, girl, come on now. Come on now. Y'all know how bitches love them an ignorant nigga that look like he can fuck. Okay, he went to jail, but now he didn't change his life and now he want to be a good man, Savannah girl. Because women superimpose the roles people play, people period, not just women. But in this situation, women superimpose the Vow's character onto him as a person. And then when they find out that in real life he's a family man, it makes the coochie way wetter. Okay. When you thought he was a fuck nigga, you still would have tried to turn him into a husband. But once you find out he already a husband, that makes you want to throw the coochie at him even more. Okay. Toya eating up that role as usual. Cause it's also her life. Like, girl, you being with some Christian oriented man that's cheating on you. Yeah, girl, we know. We know, girl. But Christian was saying a lot, and I'm glad that they'll take the Queen's Men somewhere else. It needs to go somewhere else. Maybe like Amazon Prime or maybe that way it could stay in a certain area. But it needs to be taken to somebody besides Tyler Perry because it needs to be developed in a way that it can be good. It has such good bones. But the way he keeps things surface level, and then when he tries to create deep storylines, they don't make sense because you've spent most of the time with this vapid unemotional, like dehumanized way of viewing these characters. That's what I don't like about them, y'all. They're dehumanized. It's like they don't have any empathy for themselves and they don't have any empathy for anybody around them. They just like it's wild to watch the characters on that show. Like nobody's likable. Nobody seems to be a really good person. The people that are good usually end up dead or being abused. It's not like the goofy dude who the wife and the husband assaulted, y'all. Like sometimes I'll be like, Tyler Perry, why would you even put that in something? No, there's no OLFP, y'all. We won't be back until the end of July. But yeah, I be like, why? What the fuck? Like that was way too much. But it sounds like to me, that Christian stood on business and he utilized that situation in a way that wasn't just for public fodder, but in a way to benefit himself. And I'm glad that he did that. Good for him. So y'all, let's move on. Cameron recalls aggressively walking out of podcast meeting at Diddy's crib after Mogul allegedly said to him, "The party about to start." God, Cam, wait, Cam, don't leave. Wait, Cam, wait.
What we call in the prison system a bitch.
Based on a true story. Cam says Diddy wanted to sign It Is What It Is talk before we had a deal. So I had a meeting at his crib to see about the deal. Once the meeting was over, he said the party about to start. We got up and aggressively walked out. Bub said, "Let one of these niggas walk our way, killer. The gun coming out this bag." No. All right. For those in the last post that said I'm capping, nah, I don't be just waking up saying anything for attention. Yeah, you do. I'm just telling you what happened. We ain't partying. So here's the thing that's so interesting about this. Men like Cameron will tell y'all that men like Diddy deserve to be free as long as the person that they're making uncomfortable is a woman. As soon as you have a story about him making you feel uncomfortable and then you wondering why everybody thinking you lying. You never believe women. You always say that these hoes is just hoes. Like the fact that Cameron has y'all actually having a conversation talking about, so do you think that influencers are like the 90s hoes? I think history tells me that women need resources and that our system tries to withhold resources. And so people have to go through extenuating circumstances in order to survive. And once they've started to survive a certain way, that becomes a part of the way they relate to themselves and how they relate to the environment around them. So no, I don't think that influencers are the 90s hoes. I think whenever women are trying to free themselves from the shackles of relationships with you stupid ass niggas and they go and get their bread, however they can go and get their bread, y'all find a way to make that a problem, even if you are the biggest consumer of what they are selling. I think it's interesting for you to tell us a story. And then the funny thing is how many of these men are telling y'all that Diddy scares them, and then y'all still feel like he should be free. Like, y'all know the Diddy trial shit is going on today. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and scurry into it real quick. Okay, just in and out like a short dick.
I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I'm going to get. Whatever I want, I have to get.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
So, a couple of things. I told y'all Diddy, I think one of the attorneys quit at the beginning of the trial before it started. And I told y'all it was because Diddy doesn't recognize the shit that he says and how he incriminates himself. That's why they didn't put him on the stand. I remember one of the things that I talked about that was in his explanation, like his rebuttal before the trial started, was that he has always paid for prostitutes and it's a way of life for him. And so, he runs an escort service. That's what he said. He said, I just run a successful business. I just run an escort service. That's what he tried to say. And we had to remind him that that's prostitution and that's illegal everywhere but Nevada. And he's never really in Vegas when these things happen. He's in LA, he's in New York, he's in Miami. Those are places that prostitution is still illegal. Right? So, neighbors, this situation with Diddy just keeps getting worse. New text messages have revealed in court showing a conversation between Diddy and an escort company and what he said might end up being used against him. Diddy complains that an escort couldn't even perform, suggesting he expected sex. But the agency quickly responded, sounding confused, and said, our agency provides time and companionship. You're paying for the gentleman's time. Hello. Because time and companionship is valuable. It costs money. That's important because escort companies are only supposed to offer legal services like keeping someone company, going to events, or just spending time, not sexual acts. So it's him through text message telling y'all that the man's dick didn't get hard. It's illegal. It's prostitution. It's not escorting. That's what I meant by telling on himself. There was something else that happened today. Let me see. Because the defense rested their case. Okay, yeah. Prosecutors adjust jury instructions in Diddy's case. California law removed as trial moves forward in New York federal court. Major charges still stand. Okay, so a lot of y'all were confused. Y'all thought that this was a big win for Diddy. The fact that the prosecution decided to remove some of the charges. And the reason why they removed those charges is because it was hard to prove that he himself did it. And so I imagine they would much rather give you clear-cut things that he did to charge him versus things that are a little muddy. Blowing up Kid Cudi's car, kidnapping Capricorn Clark, those things are slightly muddy because somebody else's DNA is on the bottle as if Diddy couldn't be sitting in a car and telling a motherfucker to do something. Like, either way, it doesn't prove he didn't do it. It just proves that they don't have enough evidence in order to make it stick with, beyond reasonable doubt. Right. This isn't a celebration moment. This just means that they're making it easier to get a conviction. That's really all this means. Because those charges are a little bit muddy, it's easier to just charge him for the shit that they have him on outright. And the things they have him on outright are him using money, using his employees to do illegal shit. There was somebody that was like, I think it was somebody or something I read about them saying the trafficking, they were going to take, hold up, yeah, Diddy is still facing all the core charges tied to sex trafficking, racketeering, and other serious allegations. No charges have been dropped. The case is still very much active. And I guess because they were taking off the Kid Cudi portion, the Capricorn Clark being kidnapped, brought to Kid Cudi's house, that portion, they're taking that out because it's muddy. Let's see. An attorney explained they didn't drop the charges. They streamlined them by putting it all together so the judge wouldn't have to explain them one by one to save time. That's what I was thinking. To me, it was like plain, like, okay, this might be a little bit more difficult to get the yes or no, the guilty or non-guilty answer on. So we're going to take some things out to streamline, to make it easier for you to make this guilty or not guilty decision. And to me, there's no way he's getting off based on the evidence of text messages, phone calls, validating, picking up, dropping off prostitutes and or drugs. Those two things. And then another thing that people say that annoys me is like, they got this nigga in a RICO by himself, as if that means something. You guys, let me explain. Even in drug world, when it's a RICO, they want to hit a few people up, but there's always the main person that they really want to get. Depending on how much of a threat the other people are, they are either put in jail themselves or they're offered plea deals so that they will tell the truth about what happened with that person, what that person told them to do, so that they won't be held liable for telling the truth about what happened. Because what's most important is to get the person on trial, not to get these people who he hired who may or may not have gone on to do further illegal things in the manner that they did when they were working for him. Seems like a lot of the people that got on the stand is, and that's excluding Cassie, that's excluding Jane Doe, excluding those people, the assistant Mia, Capricorn Clark, David the assistant, the makeup artist, like the conversations with KK and KK's phone records. All of that proves that he used his enterprise to do illegal shit. Y'all feel like because these sexual acts were just something he was doing with him and a woman and these escorts he was paying. The prostitution is illegal. The drug use is illegal. The coercion comes when you do the Dennis method, as I've explained to y'all. Diddy did the Dennis method. Okay, and it varies, but it's the same. Okay, let's go through the Dennis method once again. Demonstrate value, engage physically, nurture dependence, neglect emotionally, inspire hope, separate entirely. This is how you get somebody in a cycle of toxic abuse. This is how you get a woman to come chase you down the street after you done knocked her over the fucking head. You do a psychological method on her that usually works every time based on the way women and girls are socialized in our society to respond to these things. And also, y'all, the one thing I need for a lot of y'all Diddy sympathizers, you need to understand how everything he did to those women, as far as exploiting them, he did to all of the employees, all of the artists. He deserves to be in jail, y'all. He deserves to be in jail. Not just because he beat those women, but because he agreed to pay Capricorn Clark a certain amount of money and didn't pay her. He deserves to be in jail because financially, he steals from people. And he doesn't pay them what he agreed to pay them. And then he muscles them and creates an environment, a workplace environment of fear and threats that tells people that they can't go to sleep. The testimony from the people that said that they had to be rushed to the hospital because they had to stay up for 4 days straight. Y'all, people should go to jail for shit like that. That's slavery. You should go to jail. You should not be able to be free and open another business where you can treat employees like that. I don't know where y'all work at, but I think y'all feel like the entertainment industry is a place that makes it okay to abuse people. And if you want to become a part of the entertainment industry, then you need to be okay with abuse. Fuck no. Put some checks and balances in this shit. Hold people accountable when they take advantage of these dark corners y'all push shit off into so motherfuckers can get away with stuff like this. The way he treated his employees is enough for me to feel like that nigga need to go to jail. Forcing people to work long hours, not paying them what you owe them, assaulting them, making them take drugs they don't really want to take just so you could feel comfortable around them. Telling them you'll sleep when you die, even though you on all these drugs keeping you up and you expecting them to stay up. And so then they create drug dependencies in your fucking employees because they trying to stay up, can't stop, won't stop for 24 hours and working like you and working with you and trying to stay on top of everything so that they can get this opportunity that really had a lot of prestige behind it. Y'all act like working for Diddy was just some like, you know, selling dope or some shit. No, like working for Diddy was a respectable job. Being an assistant for somebody like him is a respectable job that you really can go over to white people land and get a job coming off of working for Sean Combs. You can eat the rest of your life after you get a job as an assistant for him, as long as he gives you a good reference. As soon as Diddy says that you're not a good person to work with, you can be blackballed as an assistant. Like, he put the employees in the same predicaments that he put the women in. And it's like, y'all can't see that he's doing that to everybody. His attorneys didn't even present a case. I don't know if y'all noticed how during the trial, I feel like he was the one instructing the lawyers on what questions to ask, and his questions were meant to like blame the victim, which is why it was like, why are they asking certain questions that make it seem like they victim blaming, as if that doesn't kind of validate that you were abusing them, that you were victimizing them, is that you're victim blaming. Like that moment where he asked Kid Cudi, so you felt like you got played. What the fuck does that mean? What was the point of that other than to devalue Cassie? Like that shit right there. Like, it was so many moments where these questions are being asked by the lawyers that feel like they're coming directly from Diddy, and it is a way to re-victimize whoever is on the stand. That's what it felt like to me very often. I also feel like it's very interesting how a lot of his attorneys were daughters of bigger attorney men. There's something corrupt about that. I don't know if y'all, like, you know, we talked about that. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. Diddy's defense team. Okay. So Alexandra Shapiro. She's she's somebody's daughter. Who else? It's another daughter. It's a black girl. I can't remember who she is though, because I don't know their names. I don't know the defense attorney's name, and they don't say right here. But I know Shapiro because I know the last name. Daughter. Let me see. Okay, here it is. Tenny Garagos, daughter of famed defense attorney Mark Garagos, is noted for her experience in defending allegations of sexual misconduct. Alexandra Shapiro and Brian Steele, among others. So yeah, it's at least 2 women a part of these trials whose fathers are also big time defense attorneys, and they've become lawyers themselves. And usually you would think that means those women have some type of like power and autonomy amongst themselves. But the fact that they've become an attorney after their father, it makes me feel like these are the male-centered women that are still in a headspace to protect their father. So to me, those girls, those women were picked for multiple reasons, but primarily because they would fight for him the way they would fight for their fathers. That's the energy I'm getting from you picking the daughters of those lawyers. Prosecutor Maureen Comey, James Comey's daughter. That's another one. Like, it's something about that, y'all. It's really something about that. You have to remember that predatory, especially rich predatory people, like to hide shit in plain sight. So a lot of the times the connections the connections are there. Diddy needs to be humbled by the ancestors. I agree. You know why he has attorneys like this? Their families have the power. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. And James Comey can't stand powerful women. Oh yeah. That's absolutely tracking right there. The image always matters, you guys. And the image of those daughters defending this man, I think, is a bastardization of the relationship between fathers and daughters, right? So a woman is supposed to be a reflection of how much her father loves her. For those women to be defending him, it's giving, this is a reflection of how they worship their fathers, not how their fathers love them. That's what that gives, which is another reason why I feel like there's no way y'all can't tell me that the children haven't been abused in one way or another. The teen daughters that everybody likes to think have been protected from their father's nefarious, degenerate behavior. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it at all. I don't think there's any way around it, to tell you the truth. But we're gonna find out what's gonna happen with Diddy. But I believe, based on the charges, that he's going to jail. It's just a matter of how long and if he gets out. But I believe he did the things that they said he did. I believe that women deciding to do the things that they did with him was a form of mental and emotional manipulation. A lot of those women have already been broken by previous men in order to get to Diddy and be rebroken again. To me, abusers often pick women that have already been victimized, and that's so that you'll have less sympathy for them. So yeah, I hope that he gets his just due, because I do believe that he's been guilty of harming people for a very long time. And I don't know why everybody wants to have these arguments about, oh, if it can be proven. The nigga is a monster. The nigga needs to be off the streets. That's just how I feel. He should not be able to have power over people because he is not a safe person to have power. He doesn't know how to have it without harming people. And y'all can act like all of those women that he had those relationships with are the same as him. But until y'all can show me a group of people that they victimized, we're not having that conversation. Unless y'all can show me all of the women who he had those relationships with, how they went and forced that same type of shit on other people, unless you can show that to me directly, we are not having the same conversation. Yes, he chose his victims cleverly. He did. But I definitely feel like that nigga needs to be in jail. Period. Period. All right. Y'all, this was creepy.
Hi everyone, my name is Jocelyn Savage. I'm 29 years old and I'll be 30 next month. I just want to come out here shortly to let you guys know that I am not a victim. I've been with Robert for 10 years.
Who asked? Who asked?
He has been incarcerated for 6 years and I have seen him every weekend for the past 6 years. Just 3 years ago, I proposed to Robert and he said yes. And
you proposed to him? Oh, girl. Poor thing. Poor little ting ting.
We are planning on getting married and having a.
And this is what I'm talking about. So this is what I'm talking about. When we look at this Jocelyn Savage girl, because they said this was an AI video, so I don't know if it's real or not. But just let's use this as an example. Say it's real. Say this is happening. We can all see that she's not good, but she keeps saying she's not good. But we can see that she's not good. Y'all see how that works? Y'all see how that works? And I feel like that's a lot of the times the mindset that women be in. And y'all are like, well, you deserve that mistreatment. But really, it's your anger towards them allowing themselves to stay in those situations. But that's because you don't understand what it's like to be in that fog. If you understand what it's like to actually be in the fog of abusive relationships and how they corrupt your fucking mind, especially when people get you when you're young and you're in these formative years, as your brain is fully closing together, you are being downloaded with a whole bunch of stupid shit that you're going to have to go through so much work in order to unlock yourself from.
Family, and I'm very excited about that. But anyway,
how y'all gonna start a family from, girl?
I just want to come out here and let you guys.
Why would you start a family with a nigga in jail?
No, to please do.
Did you not hear what one of his daughters said about him, girl?
I believe the lies that my mother and father are coming out here saying about me and Robert. I am not held against my will. I am not a sex slave. I am not.
We know you're not a sex slave anymore. He's in jail, right? Like, who are you fucking? He's in jail.
Brainwashed or any of those.
Oh, you're definitely brainwashed.
Crazy lies that were told on me. And I just want.
It's not a lie told on you. It's a recognition of why you're in your situation. It's because you're brainwashed. It's giving you don't know any better.
Robert to get the righteous justice that he deserves, because he deserves to be free. Enough is enough. I'm tired, and he's tired as well. So I just want you guys to continue to please pray for him. I'm praying for him. I believe that he will be out soon. I have hope. And
why do you think he's going to be out soon? Because he's over there pretending that somebody's trying to kill him and then he has an overdose. He's really trying hard to get out through the hospital. So you think he's about to get out of jail, girl?
Just, you guys, please, just do not believe the lies, because enough is enough. It's been 6 years and I'm just tired. I choose not to call my.
What are you tired of? What are you tired of? Nobody talked. Nobody has been like nobody, girl. Nobody. Mother
and father, because I do not want to talk to them. I have a cell phone and I choose not to call them. So I'm a grown woman, and if I decide not to call them, that's my choice.
It is. And if I would, and I'm sorry, parents, I know it's so hard because you love your kids and you feel like they're like in an abusive situation. But also I be feeling like sometimes when y'all kids want to be so badly in these fucked up relationships with these niggas that they have fallen in love with, it's because y'all fucked up along the way. And when I tell y'all, there's a group of older Black women that love bringing up how the parents brought their daughters to Robert as if that absolves Robert from his behavior. And they're always like, the parents need to be in jail too. Y'all say that sometimes and you don't actually have any facts on the situation. So I really be wanting y'all to shut the fuck up, because that's just a way for y'all to make excuses for that retarded ass nigga who y'all still like, who was abusing people and would abuse you too. But I do think there's something to be said for the way parents create this hole in their children that they need to go searching. They need to go searching for something. It makes me feel like the abuse in you guys' household is what led her here. And that doesn't mean you deserve to be in jail just because, it depends. It really does depend. But toxic relationships between parents can make children really seek out those types of relationships themselves so that they can feel closeness to someone in the same way that they're seeing their parents do. But something makes me feel like her parents, y'all fucked that up. I don't know when, but something makes me feel like y'all might have fucked that up. And you know what? I think it's time for y'all to let her go. I do. And if she comes back, great. If she ever needs you, show up. Pray for her and let it go in your heart. Let it go in your spirit. I know it's hard, but ain't nobody got time to be fighting like this when somebody just, they're where they need to be until they need to be somewhere else. And it doesn't mean she deserves it. It doesn't mean she deserves it, y'all. Just because she's brainwashed doesn't mean she deserves to be mistreated. It doesn't mean she deserves it. It just means we can't fight that battle for her. That's all. That's all it means.
And it is what it is. So once again, I'm happy where I'm at. I'm in love and I'm good. So thank you guys for listening.
And we all know that nobody's in love with a nigga in jail.
I saw the video earlier today that was surfing around on the internet of our daughter Jocelyn. It's been about a little over 6 years since we physically have seen her out in public.
The video didn't look AI to me. It looked grainy, not as clear, but it didn't look AI.
She said that she has a choice if she wants to have a relationship with her family, her parents especially, and that's true. We just wanted to make sure she's fine, healthy, and okay. And
that's all we asked for.
And the video that we saw today, it still doesn't answer our questions because the video definitely appears to be AI generated.
We've been through so much as a family. You know, we have no other choice tonight to file a report, a missing person report, twice. If you think back and look at all the times that has happened in the past where they said that she had a baby, that was false. They also said some other things about her that was false, like the book, false. The Patreon account, false. These things concerns us as a parent. We really need to find what's going on with our daughter, because at the end of the day, we don't know what's going on. We are eager to find out. So please pay attention. Look at what we see and judge for yourself and tell somebody else and say, hey,
it doesn't look like AI. It looks like the girl is still brainwashed for whatever reason. I don't know. The nigga's in jail, but brainwashing is very precarious. It don't make sense.
This look like an AI generator because it looks like it to us. So thank you.
And whoever.
Everyone, my name is.
Yeah. It doesn't look that way. I want them to just let her go until she's ready to come back. I think it'll happen at some point, or she'll be like a lot of our grandmothers who disassociated and just stayed there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about y'all, but like one of my grandmothers was like that. It's like she just disassociated. She wasn't a real person in there anymore because what became more important was protecting her psyche from all of the abuse for years. And so that's the personality that they create, and it has no real depth to it. Because they're disassociating. So I think that maybe at some point, you know, she'll free herself. But a lot of the times we're in cages in our minds. So you remember when I told y'all I love being from New Orleans, but I hate it? This is what I meant.
I don't really fuck with hoes. 5, 6, 7, 8, spread it out.
Okay. I gotta cut it off.
That whore and I'ma make that free. I'ma pop that whore.
Right? So I'm like almost 40, girl. And you know how as soon as you're over 35, you love to tell people, girl, I'm almost 40. Like, bitch, I'm 40 years old, ma'am. Okay. Music like this used to get us real pumped back in the day. But when I tell y'all some of the music, like, why is this the way you promote the song by us seeing what looks like people, poor people, scrapping in the street, and this man walk up with a bloody face and punches this woman in the side of her face so hard. And the song, like, girl, what?
Pop that whore and pop that whore and I'ma make that free. I'ma pop that whore.
Okay. And now this woman is getting beat to a bounce beat. And what? I had to unfollow immediately. I be thinking I could be down with my people sometimes, and I just can't. The negative, unsafe energy that I be feeling off of people, I believe it. I gotta stop telling myself that I'm wrong and I'm just judging people and I don't really know them. No. I do. I do be knowing. And I know the mentality of people to be violent is just this disturbing as fuck, y'all. It's disturbing the way we are desensitized to abuse in New Orleans. And so that's why I was like, okay, unfollow. And this is when you realize, you know, you from here, but that's not your tribe, girl. It's not. I didn't save it. I didn't save it, y'all, but that conversation, let me see. Can I find it? Because I don't think it was on her page. I think somebody cut it. Bitch. Enter. No, it's not going. Okay, let me see if I just click on her. Would it show up in her tagged? Because it was her that said it, girl. It was her that was talking about it. Okay, hold up. Maybe it's on site. Maybe it was on there. Because everything be on it's on site, y'all. They be on top of all of the shit. All of the shit, girl. All of the shit. Let me see if I can find it. But basically, the conversation was super saying that people are projecting and overstepping their boundaries when speaking about her daughter. Here it is. Somebody said, but you may think she would tell you, but that may not be it. It could be deeper. She was distraught. She was scared. You could tell something is going on when you're not around. Also, maybe as big of a house you have, don't put her in a room with boys, brothers, or not. For real. As they get older, they need their own space. So this is what we was talking about.
Guys always think so left when it comes to certain things. I only show you what I want to show you. Leah has no problem voicing when something is wrong. She's done it many of times. She's not afraid of nobody. She don't feel like nobody gonna hurt her when she's. Anytime Leah is somewhere by somebody's house, she's going to overly FaceTime me because she misses me. She has separation anxiety. She can be by Kelly. She could be by Ray. She could be by my mom. She could be by her dad. She's going to FaceTime me. Her sharing a room with her brothers, that's temporary. Her brothers is not here 24/7. Her brothers is not here every day. We put them in a room together for when they come over. If y'all realize, Noah and Dallas only was coming over here 2 times a week. So her sharing a room with them, it's not like they be together every day, all day. And you can't just tell somebody what to do with their child.
That's where I start to get aggravated when people are like, you can't just tell somebody what to do with your child. Okay. So that's your ego that's telling you that you know best. And so nobody can tell you what to do with your kid. But sometimes we have blind spots. And to me, I don't know how old that little girl is, but I know that little girl is still young. And I remember being young and being boisterous. I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. There are things I have never said that have happened. And the reason why is because I want to protect the people that did it. Not because I am scared of them, but because I love them. You don't protect people because you're scared. Sometimes you protect people because you love them and the people around you love them. So her rationale about putting her daughter in a same room with boy children and feeling like her daughter is going to be able to speak up for herself, I feel like you shouldn't put her in a situation where she has to speak up for herself. I think you should cover her in that way and make sure that she don't have to speak up if something, like, don't give it the opportunity to happen, right? I'm gonna let her finish.
Do what you want with your child, and I'm gonna do what I want with my. Leah got her own room by Ray. She got her own room here too. I put an extra bed in her room for Noah and Dallas for when they come over here so they can all be together because they asked to be together. They asked to be together. Y'all gotta stop.
Yes, girl. We enjoy having a good time with our cousins. A lot of us love playing with our siblings and our cousins. But as we are getting older and adults are not around, children are very inquisitive. Naturally, children are inquisitive. They want to see your body parts. They're finding out what sex is. Ooh, all of that. And so they're going to do things when adults are not around that may not always be okay in their exploration.
Stop putting y'all old stories that happened to y'all when y'all was children on other people's kids. My child have no problem saying if somebody was touching her, harming her, or doing anything they're not supposed to be doing. She said it's not no, oh, well, maybe she's not gonna say it. No, she is gonna say it. She said it before. She has no problem ratting the motherfucker out.
And what we're saying is she shouldn't be put in a situation where she has to speak up for herself. If you can prevent a situation from even getting there, that's what you should be doing, right? You should be preventing the opportunity for that to even come up. And yeah, before, like, what do you mean before? What do you mean before? She kept saying she spoke up for herself before. When did something else happen that that little girl had to speak up and say that she didn't like, or somebody did something to her?
She's not gonna be afraid to say a motherfucking thing. This is why I didn't want to share certain things, because y'all always thinking something deeper than what the fuck it is.
That's true. That's true. People do. But I also feel like I don't think it's as easy as people are just projecting. I feel like people have gone through terrible things. And what they've noticed is the reason why they go through those things is because people will rely on them knowing best for their children. And it's like an ego thing, to where you feel like if you were to admit that there are some things you don't know and you can be a better parent than you were or than you are in a moment, you feel attacked, instead of seeing it as like a moment to like reflect. But that is a reason why you don't show people so much of your life, so that they don't have the opportunity to gauge the situation and project their own shit onto it. But I feel like more of us than not have had things happen to us. So to say it's just a projection and that your daughter is special and she's going to speak up for herself, as the daughter that spoke up for herself, I did not speak up all the time. I didn't. I just didn't.
I feel like we has been through a lot of things. We have, especially in our little age group, we have all been through some traumatizing stuff as kids. Right? And I feel like a lot of people project that on other people's kids. I mean, we do it with our own kids. We always sit our kids down and ask these crazy questions, and our kids look at us like we crazy because of what we went through. And
it's not crazy questions. It's not crazy questions. We went through these things because people did not know any better, and people weren't raising y'all. People weren't raising y'all. People were taking care of y'all, but they weren't raising y'all. They weren't paying attention. They were relying on the fact that they could assume that people aren't going to do anything to you because they're family. We've learned that you can't rely on that. The way she's dismissing it, like, oh, we didn't been through so much and we just projecting. No, baby. What that tells us is that these things are happening more often than not. So you have to pay attention. You have to be preemptive, because they do happen. And it's not all the time that the boy wants to hurt the girl. It's that he wants to explore or figure out sex, or what he's been told about sex from somebody older, or what he's seen on porn, on TV. And his little sister or his little cousin is somebody with a girl part that he could figure that out with, even if she don't want to do it, even if she's uncomfortable, even if they're siblings, even if they're family. When people are young, they're trying to figure shit out. And if you as a parent are not on top of things, your children will get hurt by the way you drop the ball.
And that's it. And it's okay. Of course, we create these safe spaces for our kids to talk to us. I get it. But we also do deal with a lot of trauma from what happened when we was kids. So I don't want y'all, don't do that with my kids. Do that with y'all kids. Do that with.
Don't worry about your kids. Don't question and inquire and make sure that your kids are okay. Because as a community of people, we just would rather people stay out of our business than actually care about the well-being of our children. If it inconveniences us or makes us feel like we're being judged as not a good parent,
whatever going on,
the children should suffer for everybody's ego. That's what it feels like, but I could be wrong.
On y'all side, just because y'all think I show every bit and piece of stuff that going on, I don't. If I didn't trust my child somewhere, she wouldn't be there. If I didn't trust my child, by anybody, she wouldn't be there. Leah don't sleep by no anybody house. She don't go by no anybody house. She go by Kelly. She go by my mama. She go by her dad, and that's it. That's it. That is all. Leah has no. Leah is a very vocal child. Leah spends so much time with me. Wherever she goes, she calls and she wants to come home. That's just who she is. And don't forget, a year or two ago.
So you think because she'll call you and tell you to come bring her home, that means that she will speak up if something is happening inside of her home? Those two things don't go together, sis. Like, they're not mutually exclusive. Just because Leah said something about something that was happening in somebody else's house doesn't mean she's gonna say something about what's happening in her house. Especially if you're being taught that what goes on in your house stays in your house.
Well, I always posted how when she listened to a sad song, she started crying and said how much she missed her daddy. Does that mean something bad is going on over here too? Does that mean I'm doing something I'm supposed to be doing with her? Does that mean I'm touching her? When she hear a sad song, she called her daddy and said she missed her daddy?
No, it means her daddy is not as present, and she feels the loss of how he's not as present. That's what that means. I don't understand.
Y'all gotta stop thinking so deep into stuff.
No, you have to think deeply because things fuck children up. You have to think deeply, sis.
Listen, I be telling my friends who newly have kids, if you let your child sleep in the bed with you all the time, it's hard to break. I was like that with Trey. Trey slept in the bed with me for a long time, and it's really I didn't got so accustomed to it to when we're not here, and it's just me and Trey. I said Trey can get in the bed with me because I
take 2 days to get
so.
And listen, and that's another thing. Definitely nothing deeper. My daughter did this same thing. Anytime I did not allow her to sleep in my bed at the age of 5, we are there. Comfort. My baby slept with me from time to time. She left that hospital until the age of 5. It grows into comfort and protection. Okay, I don't know what that person is saying, but I'm gonna just say like this. Yes, up until the age of 5, you do kind of slip in and out of your parents' bed until you become comfortable sleeping in your own bed. But you should be working towards your child sleeping in their own bed. And what you also need to be thinking about is teaching them how to self-soothe, meaning that they need to learn how to soothe themselves so that they don't depend on you. But a lot of y'all like the codependency of being a mother. So you don't want your children to learn how to self-soothe because then you'll feel like they don't need you. That's not true. They will always need you in one capacity or another, if merely just for validation. But yeah, y'all have to like teach your children how to, self-soothe and emotionally regulate themselves. You can't always provide that for them. And that's where having discipline comes into part for the parent. Like, you have to be disciplined enough to know, yes, I really want to hold them, but it's best if they learn how to soothe themselves. And you have to go through this moment of uncomfortableness before they get to a point where they're comfortable on their own. And then you can say, oh, it doesn't require so much from me. They're not as clingy as they used to be because you've allowed that time for them to figure out how to soothe and regulate their own emotions by giving them the space to do so. Yes, most parents prefer enmeshment for validation. Yeah, you want your children to be emotionally dependent upon you.
I know how hard it is to break the cycle of your child sleeping in the bed with you. And not.
Do you know how hard it is to break the cycle of abuse, though? Way harder.
Just that, but I really got to the point of saying I want Leah to sleep in her own bed because her daddy started doing it too. Like, at first I kind of felt the way when Leah came home and told me, oh, Candace be locking the door. And I'm like, why did we locking my baby out the room? And then I had to realize Leah is too old to be sleeping in the bed with Lou and his girlfriend. Leah's too old to be sleeping in the bed with me and Ray. At some point, they're just too old to be in the bed with your partner, especially when it's not their dad or it's not their mom. Like, it's just too old. It got to stop at a certain age. So when I talked to her about it, and she said, she let Leah sleep in her own bed. I'm like, well, I'm glad they practicing it by her daddy house. So let me start practicing it too. So it got to the point where when Ray is not here, I even still try to make her get in her own bed. But I be missing her too. I be wanting her to be in the bed with me too. But I got to break the cycle.
Yeah.
These kids got to sleep in their own bed. They do. Like, they
Just like your daughter needs to have her own room. She does. She needs to have her own room.
Right now, think about it. Nobody be 9. And they will all be in the bed with us. If 3 kids in the bed, we be all jammed up tight. We don't have no space. It's nobody have personal space because we all just so accustomed to sleeping under.
Yeah, and y'all lack boundaries. Sounds like y'all lack boundaries. A lot of people think that closeness, you should, closeness is an exchange for boundaries, and it's not.
Each other. The cycle got the break. So when I told her she can't sleep in the bed with me no more, she had a meltdown. That's why she said, I'm 6 years old, but I'm still little. I'm supposed to sleep in your bed. All this because she wanted to sleep in the building. That's really all it was.
She a child. She a child, girl. We know. And you tell her no. I was like that when I was little. I didn't have issues with wanting to sleep in my mom's bed, but if I knew my dad or mom wasn't home, I didn't feel safe. Knowing they were at home in bed when I was in bed gave me a sense of security that I couldn't explain. And if I woke up, yeah, everybody know that. Yeah, they telling her she's a great mom. I'm sure she is. It doesn't mean that you can't be made aware of the things that you don't know. And the things that you don't know is that you don't know what can happen. So it's best just to be preemptive and protect your children to the best of your capabilities. And putting girls in rooms by themselves, especially at night, is one of the best ways to do so. Okay?
I'm keeping my house till it's still here. I hate that you guys always think so left when it comes to.
And I don't like the fact that you think people are thinking so left when the truth of the matter is more of us are having these things happen to us, like having family members try you, having adults try you. But like as kids, I think it's very important to be protected. I think it's very important. And I think that kids should not have to tell somebody that somebody did something to them. You should be protecting them from even that possibility, right? Like that's how I feel. And I do feel like you have to keep your ego in check with children and with your own because they're kids. And you have to remember what it's like to be kids and how mean and scary adults can be. And you just a kid, trying to figure it out. Don't even let that have an opportunity to occur. Right. She can put cameras in the room though. Yes, that's another thing, but she never said that she did. She could, but she never said that she did. And even that, I feel like, no. Just get everybody out of Leah's fucking room and let Leah be in her room by herself when she go to bed at night so she can have some boundaries and some privacy. And even though she doesn't value it now because she's young, she'll value it eventually. To me, I'm one like, let them kids, if they want to have a sleepover, let them sleep in a common area all together. You know what I mean? But essentially adding cameras into your girl child's room so you can make sure that nobody's doing anything to her, that feels like an invasion of the little girl's privacy in a way that I would just prefer for you to get the little boys out the room and keep the camera from even coming into the room. Cause she's not an infant. You know what I mean? She's not a toddler. 6, 7 years old. No, she needs to have her privacy, and you need to protect her by having her have her own room, and don't put no bed for nobody else to sleep in there so that they can feel comfortable just sleeping in her room. No. What you see on cameras will be after the fact if something happens. Put that little girl in her own room. Like, yeah, y'all. I just, sometimes you hear shit from people and you just be like, no, girl, no. Just no, girl. I know, girl, but girl, no. Just no. All right, y'all. Let's do this Kiki Palmer shit, and then I'm gonna get out of here. And I feel like I'm gonna come back to y'all for members only, and we're gonna do one of these podcasts, girl. Probably the B Simone one. I think we'll do the B Simone one. Let me see where it is.
Nobody cares when a man finds his woman.
First of all, I need for us to talk about why Kiki be looking so crazy lately. I don't know what it is, y'all, but Kiki been looking a little crazy to me lately. I'm gonna let her finish.
Under a bridge.
No, I live for Stedman, but you know that Stedman has for many decades been the butt of jokes.
Yeah, because of gender rules.
Yes.
People feel like because she's open.
But not because he's a bum. He's not a bum. He was actually, what wasn't Stedman a highly celebrated, like a highly accomplished lawyer? Just because you're not as big as Oprah don't mean you're not successful.
Winfrey, who did y'all want her to be with? Barack Obama? That doesn't make sense, guys. I mean, I feel like that's the weird.
She's screaming into the mic because this is her projecting how she feels about her relationship onto everybody else. Like, what was I supposed to do? You were supposed to find a man that respected you as a woman and did not trap you with a baby so that he could keep access to you in your pockets. That's what you were supposed to do. Nobody's saying that you had to be with somebody equally as famous or as rich as you. But the way men think is important. And if you don't pay attention to the way that they think, you'll end up in situations like you were, being slut shamed on the internet by a nigga you paying.
Thing about powerful women, what we're left with. So I'm supposed to find love, but he's got to have a certain amount of money. But at the same time, I got to still be like.
It's not really about the money. It's about having a sense of self. And usually how that shows up for men in this society is them acquiring a job or history of work that provides them a way to take care of themselves independently of anybody else. Women like you like to go find men that can't take care of themselves independently, not really. And then they start to rely on you. There's a difference. There's a difference. He doesn't have to make just as much money as you, but you also have to remember never to get comfortable paying for everything just because you make all of the money, never to allow them to work for you. Always make them have their own shit, own aspirations, own job, something that is separate from what you do.
Guys, what's going on here? Why am I? Nobody cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge.
Because women have more innate value. That's why. I hate to say it like that, but women provide more in value. First of all, women can have children. Men really like the idea that their bloodline lives on after them, even if they ain't shit, as we've seen by all of the broke men that like to have babies they can't take care of. Men really like the fact that women can have another version of them to live longer. It's the way they extend their lives. So I just kind of feel like she's screaming and making excuses because her choices weren't good choices and people tried to warn her. And so instead of sitting with that and receiving it, she would rather argue about why people said what they said.
No one cares.
No one cares.
No one.
Because it's a woman. A woman has a coochie. Men are normally guaranteed to orgasm with women. Women are not guaranteed orgasm with men. If men want to pass on their bloodline through children, they usually leave those children to be taken care of by the women. The women are the ones that are probably going to die in childbirth having the baby. Women are the ones that do service for men that is underpaid and undervalued, like cooking, cleaning, and emotional support. All of things should be charged. Like you should be charged for that type of work because it's a lot of work to be a housemaker, a homemaker. And because y'all have sanctioned that off historically to women's work and something that is to be devalued, that means that people aren't valuing it the way that they should. Because women come along with all of those things in a way that some men do not. So that's why a man can find a woman under a bridge and it's still a come up for him. But you finding a nigga under a bridge is a detriment to you because he's not going to extend your life like that. He's going to suck from you. He's going to use you. And then he'll probably feel intimidated by you and go cheat on you with somebody and make you feel bad about yourself. And that's because of the system we live in. That's because of the system. The system reprimands and browbeats men for being with powerful women. So they eventually abuse those women because they've been bullied by everybody else to make them feel like, oh, those women, you got to keep those bitches in check and all of that. You got to break those women. So men do like emotionally manipulative shit to keep an upper hand over powerful women. That's why she over there crashing out and losing all that fucking weight and trying to keep a stupid ass nigga in her life.
Who cares? And I frankly don't care if that's who you love. That's who you love. Why do we have to deal with that?
Yes.
That to me makes no sense. I ain't never look.
My daddy told me a man needs to treat you right.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to handle and service you in whatever way you need service. Let me tell you one thing that Kiki don't need.
Money.
From nobody. Now, if you want to give a little something and get my nails done, something cute,
but
I'm
shouldn't
fine
they
with
do
it.
that? But shouldn't they make that effort,
Yeah.
Kiki?
But you might still look like Stedman to the world, and that's a great role.
And that's a great role.
Because if I was married to, I was with Oprah Winfrey.
Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that? Her argument is that the man should have been happy being the Stedman, but instead he let the world fuck his situation up and make him feel emasculated about a situation that he agreed to take advantage of when he got with a woman that had more than him. It was all well and good until you start getting clowned because you're not able to act out the power dynamic that men and women are supposed to be acting out in a relationship with her.
Right. You just be sitting up there waiting.
Chilling.
Yeah,
And Stedman,
chillaxing.
by the way, Stedman's esteemed.
Yeah.
Stedman
And he
has a
is.
whole
He
career.
does
He's
have a
just
whole
not
life.
Oprah.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's...
Which is why there's nothing wrong with Oprah and Stedman, but there was absolutely something wrong with you and Darius. There was nothing esteemed about him.
How dare people compare you to your lover?
Yeah.
I hate that Oprah had to endure that.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate that she had to endure that.
It's
and I
true.
hate that Stedman had to endure that. And that's why nobody cares to endure that.
It's
and I
true.
hate that Stedman had to endure that. And that's why I said what I said, because you had a good role.
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to be my Stedman.
Yes.
Come on.
He was.
When I played that for my dad said, yeah, because why did he want to be Stedman? To endure that.
It's
and I
true.
hate that Stedman.
People should be allowed to exist in life free from comparisons. Just because someone isn't a millionaire doesn't mean they're broke. This economy is crazy. Everybody working gig to gig. Long as you handle your business, you are all right with me. Yes, Kiki. In essence, yes. But practically, a man has to have a great sense of self in order to withstand that type of judgment from other insecure men. And a lot of men don't have that. Especially young men. Young men don't have, I believe Stedman was already himself. Stedman was already that nigga. It was easy for him to just block out noise. When men like Darius are trying to gain their footing and they're hearing that noise, it's harder to block out. Yeah, you can't make people respect themselves, okay? But she really needs to stop dating down. Because she acting like, Darius wasn't a broke nigga. And he was a broke nigga, girl. He was a broke nigga, girl. I'm going to hit my hard R's like she do. Because she be hitting them hard R's, okay? He was a broke nigga, girl. Okay, y'all. One more thing. And then I feel like I'm mad we didn't talk about Fat Joe. I don't want this live to be so fucking long. But I feel like this live about to be long. Because I really don't want to get off here without talking about Fat Joe and Scrappy. So if y'all don't mind indulging me for a little while longer, you could take a quick break, show me a little bit of love if you don't mind, and then I'll come back with those last two things, please.
Anywhere you go, give it on. Anywhere you said, anywhere.
Y'all, Kiara LaShae be having a bitch fine, but so sore. Yeah, I'm so sore. It took me a minute to get back into my seat, girl, because my ass hurt. My ass hurt. I've been working out. Yesterday was leg butt day. My ass hurt. All right, we'll end with Fat Joe.
Housewives of Atlanta bitches always be talking shit about love and hip hop folk. I be sitting there looking, I be like, why am I seeing this on Instagram? Like, Real Housewives getting that. I be like, cuz y'all on a whole nother network, but y'all didn't even make, man, listen, bro, listen. But we ain't even hurting over here. Like, everybody good, just like y'all good, but y'all ain't trying to see us on no negative shit, though. Y'all ain't trying to see our women on no negative shit. Y'all stay in y'all little humble places. Stay in y'all humble places. Y'all don't want to see none of our women on that ignorant shit. Y'all, Porsha, oh yeah, you got it, my mama. I heard, yeah, she got it too, but she was just being a mama. But I guarantee you, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't give a fuck about nothing. I don't care about who your baby daddy is, who your husband is. I don't care about none of that shit. Like, I'm the one. Housewives of Atlanta bitches always.
Y'all, Scrappy just keeps talking and making himself so unattractive. He makes himself unattractive the more he talks. Because as a man of 40 something years old, you grown. I know y'all like to, be over there drawing reference to how he's younger than Bambi, but he's too fucking old to be on the internet talking about women like that. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know. I miss the days where men had enough self-respect that once they got to 40 years old, they would keep the bitch hoe talk in private and would not publicly disrespect women in such a manner. Like I do miss the days of men just talking shit about women amongst themselves, but not doing it on public platforms the way he does. And I know he'll say, well, women do it, I'm men. And it's, like, well, if somebody's jumping off a roof, you gonna do it because they did it? Like, as if that says something different about you. Y'all know I don't even like Porsha. I'll call her bitches all day, but I have a vagina. And I do feel like, it's a little different when men talk to women in this way. Because I think men come with a certain level of, violence. There's a fear that comes with men. And he was threatening her. And then I don't like the fact that, you acknowledge that your mother came at her first, but then say that you don't care about that she just better not respond. And I just feel like I don't think she should respond because I think she's lowering herself to speak to y'all. But it bothers me that Scrappy feels that his mom can say anything she wants to say to anybody and they can't say anything because that's his mama. And I just kind of feel like, boy, fuck you and your mama. And don't you dare get on this internet and try to threaten anybody with how ignorant the women on your show are, because you don't like any of those women. You call them tight face and you disrespect them and you dog the fuck out of them. And now you want them to what? Squad up as Love and Hip Hop Atlanta against Real Housewives of Atlanta? That sounds stupid and immature and childish and sad and desperate. My God, today. Like, do y'all see how men will physically be attractive? And if only they would heal themselves and stop being such he-man woman haters, they would be able to get even more, proximity to women. Today is Wednesday, so no, there will not be an OLFP tonight.
That nigga can come holler at me. Cause we all negative. I be negative. I go all the way negative. And I'll be there for your husband or your baby daddy or whoever. But I ain't gonna lie, your baby daddy did say he with me, so I with him too. I really do with him cause I see what he be doing before all this shit right here.
Right, because you respect men that make money and that use women as showman's pieces. So it's cool for you to disrespect Porsha for defending herself against your fucking disrespectful ass cunt of a mother. And you can threaten everybody about it, right? Does that make you feel like a big, strong man that you can stand up to everybody but your mama?
So I respect her, but hey, man, listen.
I don't know what respect means when you get up here and threaten somebody and their baby mama. I don't know what respect means. I feel like you don't know what respect means if you think you respect him.
Mom Dukes is off, man. That's off the table at all times. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just handle my business. Get about 8 bitches, 8 ugly bitches, 8 ugly bitches. Had them come run up on you. You feel what I'm saying? He was really good. You want
So he's online telling you that he'll get some ugly women to go and beat Porsha up. All of those women who he's gonna get, do you see how he just created triangulation to use you to abuse another woman by calling you ugly, knowing that Porsha is pretty and fine? And so he's gonna get the ugly women because they're gonna have their own internalized insecurity that they can use as fuel to fight a woman because they like a man. I just like to point these things out.
to holler at the old lady? I got some young people about your height. You know what I'm saying? About your side. You know what I'm saying? Well, Porsha getting that Mom Duke about like, wow, who goddamn go Super Saiyan on me, bitch, bro. But I ain't gonna do none of that. Cause believe me, like, this is real Atlanta. I'm real Atlanta. Like, not.
What did I tell y'all about whenever men raise their eyebrows and squint their eyes at the same time? That's usually a sign that something is wrong with a nigga. I'm telling y'all, every time I see it, it's a very precarious thing to raise your eyebrows and squint your eyes at the same time. There's a level of bullshit. Like, I do think it's a facial tick to show that somebody is full of shit.
Not none of that shit y'all see and y'all get, because if I really put Atlanta in the play and put the real niggas that be woo woo woo, it wouldn't be none of that. The news would be totally different with all that. It would be totally different. I don't give a fuck who you talking about. It can be any gangster you think is a gangster. I really know the gangsters. I'm born and raised in that bitch. I still talk to.
So 40 years old, we're still utilizing street culture as a way to exact revenge on people who we just don't like what they say, right? You're like 40 and you don't like what somebody said. So you want to go and call the hitters of the hood that you're still connected to exact revenge on a woman because she said something in response to your mom that you didn't like. Y'all know I don't even like Porsha, but Daryl.
The people. I still be in the street. I'm comfortable.
We know you still be in the street. Your mentality tells us that no matter how much money and fame has ran through your fingers like rainwater, you have grabbed hold of nothing.
Out there. You feel what I'm saying? I'm comfortable wherever God send me. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh,
But when I'm
we love you using God, like you and God are working in tandem as you talk about getting 8 ugly women to jump a woman.
trying to tell you, all that these motherfuckers be doing, they ain't even from Atlanta. And even if you from Atlanta, you ain't from my part of Atlanta. You ain't from that real shit. Quit acting like you just street. Y'all ain't none of y'all street. Mama.
Come on, Drew. Nobody said they were street. Let's see what all started this.
Yeah! You know, she got her and Porsha. They got some mess going on. You know, I don't know what's going on with Porsha this season. Check. But she accusing Drew for taking her hot dog man. You know, I don't know why she think Drew want a hot dog man. Yeah. It's all good, because Mama D speak that truth. Y'all give it up for Drew Cigar. Come on.
Mama D don't. This is y'all couldn't hire me. Bitch don't know how to host. She looked like she drunk up there. And then in response, Porsha says Dennis McKinley has one baby mother and well established with great artists on his record label. Put that tooth in and he might just sign you, Mama D. Love ya. And Dennis said, I love Scrappy. Don't speak bad to anyone's mother. And I respect my elders. So I'm just gonna be quiet here. So to me, this is Porsha coming to defend herself and to defend Dennis. And then Dennis saying, I ain't defending nobody because I'm scared of Scrappy and Mama D. That's what that was giving me. And now Scrappy, all she said was like, put that tooth in and he might sign you. It was funny. Like it wasn't even no hard ass hit. Like, put your tooth in. Y'all know her teeth fell out and she old. And this was his response.
Housewives of Atlanta bitches always be talking shit.
Unless something else happened. Your mama was talking shit and she said that if your mama put that tooth in, then Dennis might sign her. That was it. That was it. It wasn't that serious for the threat of getting her ass beat. It wasn't like she called your mom a raggedy ass pimp that didn't raise her children. Like, it wasn't like they called her a deadbeat mom that traumatized and exposed her children to abuse. And now they're enmeshed and codependent upon her and her toxicity. But our society, incentivizes ignorant behavior. And so y'all have been given a reality show to milk for what, a few $1,000s a month, girl, congratulations. But to me, I just feel like Mama D said something shady but light. Porsha said something shady but light. Dennis said something shady but light. And then here comes Scrappy calling people bitches and saying he gonna have 8 ugly women to jump them and don't make him get street involved. So as a man, these 2 women are lightly shading each other. They know what they're doing. You decide to take it to hell and threaten them physically. Where's your mama at?
The housewives, Mama D gonna say it. Y'all put on $5,000, $10,000 outfits and go back and forth with each other.
Girl. The way she be, y'all, it's so aggravating when people think they didn't say some smart shit and it's really like, bitch, but you do the same thing. Like, what are you talking about? You dress in cheaper clothes and go argue with people that's your children age. What you talking about? You went and picked up a nigga you got arrested from prison and married him, and then as a 50-year-old woman argued with a 50-year-old man about his mama.
That shit.
You're the older version of Porsha without the good looks. And that's not to say that Mama D is not a beautiful woman, but you know what I'm saying? Like, Mama D has had to do work on herself for her to look like this. Back in the 90s, Mama D was given bull dagger pimp. Mama D was given, I really like women, but I'm male identified. I fell in love with some nigga, but I really am sexually attracted to women. So I pimp out women. And then I mistreat women because I'm jealous of them because I was not received beautifully in the same manner. I wasn't perceived as beautiful like the women that some of the men I like. So I want to become a pimp so that I can hurt beautiful women so that it'll make me feel better and make me be in a power position. I'm going to let her and her missing side tooth continue. Listen, I got missing side teeth. They just at the bottom.
No. Let me tell you what Love and Hip Hop Atlanta do. We put on tennis shoes and take off our earrings, bitches. And we get to it. So,
do you not know who Porsha is? Girl, Porsha fight. What you talking about?
Never put yourself on our level and don't belittle us.
You started it, bitch. You could, like, whenever somebody feels like they were belittled because somebody responded to their shade, it's because you already feel like you down there. You could tell you and your son feel very intimidated by how the Atlanta housewives are viewed in comparison to how Love and Hip Hop Atlanta is viewed. Y'all have been being told that y'all are the nappy-headed stepchild in reality TV as it pertains to Atlanta, and y'all feel like y'all have been played and not valued. And so now y'all have adopted this mentality that the Real Housewives of Atlanta girls are looking down on y'all. Is that what it is? Or is it just because y'all not getting paid as much?
You know what I mean? Because some of y'all is name chasing and money chasing.
Mama D, you are a pimp. who was in relationships with drug dealers with mommy issues. What were you chasing? What were you and what are you chasing now? Because to me, you chase attention. That's what you chase. They might be chasing money and names, but you're chasing attention.
Things you can't afford out of men. I never walk into a situation with not.
You mean like pimping? Girl, what the fuck is... Girl, Mama D is so delusional.
Not knowing who I'm dealing with. I know your secrets. I know your family secrets, what your dad didn't do, your granddad didn't do. I know everything. Please leave me alone and be quiet. And we'll be quiet back at you. If you come back, here it goes. And we're at war.
You know, it's very interesting to bait somebody into an argument and then turn around and act like they did it, like it's their fault. Now it's your fault that I'm about to go in on you. Even though I baited you into this argument, I can now flip it on you and make it seem like your response is you initiating battle. When really, I've already initiated battle when I originally shaded you. I think that Mama D is letting Daryl put a battery in her back because you really should have just took that shit on the chin.
Donald Trump ain't got shit on the palace. Me and Drew, we good. Me and Drew, we good. I only...
Because Drew knows to ignore you.
All this stuff.
Drew is not as gutter butt as Porsha is. Porsha is gutter butt. She gonna respond. She gonna get in the mud a little bit with you. But Drew is gonna give you the okay. All right, girl. All right. Going over here. All right. And she's gonna remove herself, and you still gonna feel played. She just didn't give you any ammo to use to target her with.
Comes from y'all, me and Drew having a gig together, and I said, I can't believe Portia's coming after you for her baby's father hot dog stand, and now it just went. So Porsha came at me, and I went back at her.
No, you started it, bitch.
But he came for me too, trying to. He hit me, but he got off of me. He said I fucked with Scrappy. So let me tell you.
How did he hit you? Y'all, that man said, I don't talk about nobody. I love Scrappy and I don't talk about nobody mama, so I'm going to mind my business. How is that a hit? Girl, what the fuck?
For you to get on, period, with two bitches, you were wrong. That's why y'all...
No, that's your son. That's your son. Your son is escalating this situation.
Scrappy came at his ass. So if I were them, stay the fuck back.
Y'all look at Dennis in the comments. It's Rosa Parks, not Park. It's Portia's birthday today. Y'all go show her some love. To me, that was doubly shady because you know, Miss Fake civil rights Porsha. That was shade to her to me. And then also shade to Mama D. Y'all birds of a feather. Y'all both ignorant bitches. I'm sure that's what Dennis is thinking in his head. She might be my baby mama, but she an ignorant bitch who thought the Underground Railroad was a real Underground Railroad with train tracks and shit. And you an ignorant bitch because every chance you get, you saying some shit that sounds smart, but you actually so dumb.
Because I'm not going to say nothing past this.
And why are we looking up her nostrils?
I see or I hear something. If I
this y'all inflated sense of self, these delusions of grandeur that make them think they have power over people. The way I would have just been like, Mama D, girl, fuck you.
Learn Black American history before you come at Mama D. Hear about why Rosa Parks didn't lose her seat. Hear why when slavery was abolished, that it was learned in certain counties in Georgia. So if you don't know that,
girl, shut the fuck up. Girl, shut the fuck. Girl, don't know nothing she talking about. Don't know nothing she talking about. My God, today. Oh, the ignorant people, child, the ignorant people. So, Fat Joe, y'all. Let's get into Fat Joe. Neighbors, this is crazy. Fat Joe's former hype man has officially hit him with a $20 million lawsuit filed with detailed claims of child shit, coercion, sex trafficking, and more. As we previously reported, Fat Joe's former hype man, Terrence T.A. Dixon, originally made these claims publicly on social media earlier this year that resulted in Fat Joe suing him for defamation in late April. Joe's lawsuit stated that Dixon's claims were a criminal conspiracy for cash. Well, instead of dropping those claims, Dixon decided to up the stakes, filing a new bombshell lawsuit on Thursday. According to Variety, this new lawsuit says Fat Joe took part in coercive labor exploitation, financial fraud, sexual manipulation, violent intimidation, and psychological coercion, with claims that Roc Nation helped cover it all up. Most shockingly, it details alleged sexual relationships with minors. Dixon says he personally witnessed Fat Joe engage in sexual relations with children who were 15 and 16 years old. The suit mentions 3 Jane Does and alleges Joe would do things like pay phone bills, give cash or clothes in exchange for oral sex from a 16-year-old Dominican girl. It also accuses him of sleeping with a 15-year-old girl overseas, flying her to the States multiple times. It alleges that at some point, Joe paid for the girl's BBL because her body wasn't fully formed. Dixon says Joe was in love with Jane Doe 3 and allegedly wanted to leave his wife for her, paying all of her bills, flying her to tour stops, and putting her up in a condo near his home. Child, the 15-year-old? Dixon and his lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, allegedly have a recorded phone call of Jane Doe 3 talking about Joe to her cousin. Right? Okay. So we originally talked about that, but I feel like the way people are not drawing it. Okay, so like y'all remember how they were saying like Diddy, he was doing it by himself. I don't think he was doing it by himself. I think it's a network. It's a network of famous men that trick out and they trick out and pimp out women in the circle. And the women sometimes know and sometimes they don't know. But it doesn't make the environment okay. It doesn't make the actions okay. They locked the lawyer up who filed this while he was at Diddy trial. What? Straight to jail, same cell as Diddy. Hold on, you said who got locked up? But to me, the 15-year-old getting a BBL is what really pissed me off. And I ain't gonna lie, it made me think back to when Mike Tyson asked Joe for Remy Ma. Y'all remember that? Like that kind of makes me feel like, yeah, you were doing the same thing that Diddy was doing. Like y'all were all doing some of the same shit. I think same shit Kanye's doing. Yeah, I think a lot of them look up to pimps. So, yeah. I'm so sick and tired of these people coming out 20 years later when they are broke and need money to tell what they should have told 20 years ago. Why? Why does that make you upset? What difference does it make? Like, what in you makes you feel upset about it? Like, especially if you understand that abuse is something that takes time to unwrap. What I feel like is the man who's accusing him of all this, I feel like that man is probably somebody that felt that he might get in trouble. So the best way to handle it is to just throw Joe under the bus and say, look what he was making me do. And then you get offered immunity to tell on Joe because Joe is the bigger name and the bigger person. That's what I think. I would actually look at this man and I would wonder how much of a victim you are. 4,000 sex acts over all of those years with those underage girls. Yeah, I would have a hard time believing that you didn't want to do some of that shit as a man that's having sex with minor girls. Yeah. Y'all see that that's something that y'all can't say about the girls over there, huh? Y'all can't say that about Cassie or Jane Doe. Y'all can't say that they was over there having sex with teenage girls with Diddy. Like, y'all can't say that. So that whole thing about victim blaming, That's a nice way to co-opt what we be talking about with victim blaming. No, this person is a male who was a hype man and involved with this man for years. It is given you felt the heat and decided to throw him under the bus. And honestly, I don't care that you threw him under the bus. I don't care how long it took you to do it, as long as it's being done. Tyrone Blackburn got locked up. Let me see. Hold up. Child, not me. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, here we go. This is from NBC. An attorney representing rapper Fat Joe's former hype man was arrested Wednesday, accused of hitting a process server with his car in New York City. My God, today. Attorney Tyrone Blackburn, 40, was taken into custody Wednesday morning and booked for assault. The New York City Police Department said Blackburn did not immediately respond to NBC News' request for comment. The arrest is the latest in a back and forth between Fat Joe, whose real name is Joseph Antonio Carte, girl, whatever, and his former hype man, Terrence Dixon, and Dixon's lawyer, Blackburn. According to Fat Joe's attorney, Joe Tacopina, it all started on March 23rd when Dixon and Blackburn sent the rapper a written demand letter seeking money for being a ghostwriter and uncredited vocalist on some of Fat Joe's songs. Yeah, that's another thing that I'm seeing is that these people have been exploited in more than one way. A lot of them talk about working for these people and not being paid and then also being assaulted. And so it's like, yeah, nigga, I want my money. I do. I don't fault them for wanting their just due from somebody. But I do feel like, in this situation, this specific situation, we should see how the actual victims feel about this, which is the 15 and 16-year-old girls. Like, how was their experience in this? Because you telling me that you was having sex with him and being his hype man makes me feel like you were doing this shit with him willingly, and now you're trying to throw him under the bus. Okay? That's what it feels like. But also that he was not doing what he was supposed to be doing by you, which opened him up to legal scrutiny, which I don't have a problem with. Fat Joe disregarded the demands, but on April 21st, Blackburn and Dixon sent a follow-up demand letter threatening to file a lawsuit not just for unpaid wages, but for other allegations, including forced labor, sex trafficking, and fraud. All claims Tacopina called false and outrageous with utter disregard for truth or decency. I feel like he did the same thing. Tyrone Blackburn did the exact same thing with the Diddy case with oh boy. I forgot, why am I spacing on his name? The photographer slash producer who we had a picture with him, Rod. I think he was Rod's lawyer. And a lot of, I believe, Rod's testimony was a part of that case, even though Rod never got on the stand. I thought that was interesting too. As a result, Fat Joe filed a civil lawsuit against Dixon and Blackburn in April, alleging extortion, defamation, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. When the process server went to hand them paperwork to Blackburn, the attorney allegedly hit him with his vehicle. The warrant was issued by Blackburn's arrest on Thursday, according to Tacopina. That same day, Blackburn and Dixon filed a $20 million federal lawsuit against Fat Joe in the U.S. District Court. That lawsuit alleged that the rapper forced Dixon to engage in thousands of sex acts with women and also alleges he was underpaid, denied songwriting credits, and threatened. Tacopina previously told NBC News those claims were complete fabrications designed to damage the rapper's reputation. Tyrone Blackburn's arrest comes as no surprise to me. It's just the latest example of his malicious and manipulative pattern of misconduct finally coming to light, Tacopina said in a statement Wednesday. Blackburn is an embarrassment to the legal profession, and it's a disgrace watching him use the court system to shield his extortion tactics. I think it's embarrassing to use the legal profession to protect abusers and labor law exploitation people, like people that exploit labor laws. I think it's weird to protect those people, but everybody deserves protection under the law, apparently. So just like, like all of these rich men deserve protection, I imagine that Blackburn and the people he represents deserve it too. Okay. Today's arrest is just the first step, but I'm confident that my client's name will be cleared. I don't understand how y'all, it almost makes me feel like y'all intentionally did this, right? Like something makes me feel Like they intentionally did it, y'all. Like, and I'm only bringing Nikki into this because of I wanted to read what she said about Rock Nation because Rock Nation is mentioned here as well. Okay, so this is Tyrone Blackburn, right? Yeah, looks like somebody that you can't trust. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. To me, it almost seems like y'all might have chosen a specific time to serve him them papers so that when he was pulling away from you, you could make it seem like he hit you or some shit like that. Because I'm trying to understand how him hitting the processing worker is going to it's gonna mean that whatever his case is a lie. Those two things don't mean the same thing to me, right? Like just because y'all put Tyrone Blackburn in jail for hitting the processing worker as they trying to serve them while he's in his car, why would you try to serve him while he was in his car? Why wouldn't you try to serve him when he's outside of his car? You waited until he got in his car and then you didn't move, so he hit you. Like, I just have questions. I would have had to seen how it all went down for somebody to be trying to give you processing papers while you're in a car enough for you to be able to hit them. So that's why I feel like, was it an intentional hit or did y'all send somebody that was willing to put themselves in harm's way in such a manner so that y'all could put him in jail and then make his case look like it was bullshit? When essentially he could have hit that man on purpose or by accident, and that does not mean that this case against Fat Joe is a lie. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying that in my mind, these two things don't mean the same thing. And the way that you tried the way Joe's lawyer tried to draw them together, Tyrone Blackburn's arrest comes as no surprise to me. Really? You don't think it's surprising that he out in the open hit a processing server with his car? It's just the latest example of his malicious and manipulative pattern of misconduct. Yeah, no, hitting somebody with a car and trying to extort money out of famous abusive men, I don't believe those things line up in the same manner. So him trying to draw that conclusion tells me that's what he wants you to believe, not necessarily what that means. Him being an embarrassment. We've heard that he does underhanded, salacious things like, bringing shit up that don't matter so that those cases can get attention. Because if the cases don't get attention, they'll just kind of disappear. Today's arrest is just the first step, but I'm confident that my client's name will be cleared from all. Like, I don't understand how y'all arrested him from a unrelated matter is supposed to clear Fat Joe's name. Y'all see how that doesn't make any sense? Today's arrest is just the first step, but I'm confident that my client's name will be cleared from all those falsehoods. Blackburn will be brought to justice once and for all. Blackburn has represented high-profile clients in the past. In February, he filed a lawsuit on behalf of a Diddy accuser, Lil Rodney. In that case, Lil Rodney accused Combs of sexually harassing, drugging, and threatening him. Combs' attorney denied those allegations. But I do believe that Lil Rod's testimony or some of what he said was involved in the court case. Either way, I just kind of feel like those two things don't mean the same thing to me. Like, I don't understand why you think arresting the lawyer is going to prove that Fat Joe didn't do anything. So now, do y'all remember when we were having that conversation about Jay-Z and the way Jay-Z went at the attorney and how I told y'all sometimes the way you fight lets me know if there is something you actually, something you should feel guilty about that you're trying to hide, because why are you fighting in such a dirty manner? And a lot of y'all were like, oh, well, he just protecting himself and da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that could be a possibility. Or it could be a possibility like this, where y'all feel like destroy the lawyer. Don't destroy the person that is saying this. Y'all want to destroy the lawyer. And that's because I believe that it takes a lot of gumption for some of these well-named lawyers to take these cases. So you want to destroy those lawyers so that other people won't go to them, because when their names start to gain their names start to become famous in tandem with these cases, which adds validity to them as lawyers. So if you destroy the lawyer, you can destroy any of their cases. That's what I imagine is happening here. Because why the fuck does Fat Joe's lawyer think that you getting the attorney arrested is going to change the facts of the case? Like, that's weird to me. But let's get into Onika. I love this picture of her. I love this look. So, y'all, they say, Nick, I didn't even know, girl. I had no idea that Nicki Minaj was online losing her shit until the people on TikTok told me. The people on TikTok told me that Nicki Minaj was losing her shit. So, all sounds so familiar. Trying to tear a husband away from his wife and family with lies and friends in high places. Yuck. No more distractions. Make a baby, banned from NO remix. Girl, I don't know what's happening. I'm just going to continue to read. They don't want you to see what I'm liking, so that feature was demolished. Listening devices, cameras, car tags, pages you don't follow under the following section of X now. Do I get paid for that? You could just get off Twitter. You could just get off Twitter. There are other platforms. Needing the barbs is at an all-time high for every distraction. So let me start talking about what I found out about them. Real juicy confirmations. Make a baby, banned from NO, paid moles, order in the court. Okay. So I'm gonna tell y'all off rip, she sounds like she is what's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for a word, y'all. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It'll come to me. Barb, save all info on every time you get flagged or suspended and what platform it's on. Kicked me off 5 times. Your egg was pissing me off. They kept kicking me off. It's definitely tampered with. What a shocker. Same on SH. People being kicked off. And notifications on Twitter. Making a list and checking it twice. Justice for them. Girl, I don't know what's happening. Let's continue. They've had access to my accounts on all platforms. I didn't change the passwords either. I let them continue to do everything they allegedly did to Demore to me. Who the fuck is Demore? And you have no idea how disgusting it gets. Enough is enough. TikTok especially hasn't wanted us to defend you lately, like at all. That's right, Nikki. I posted a video literally clearing your name and it got flagged right away. I don't know how, girl, I guess. Let's call Goofy Bleak to the rescue. Let's see. Rock Nation CEO under fire in new court documents, racketeering and conspiracy using company resources for false imprisonment, stalking, swatting, hacking, fraud, and many other things. Okay, now it's starting to make sense. Even accused of putting a secret camera in her daughter's room and recording her intimate. So so y'all listen. Okay, so basically, and I'm about to look this up. Rock Nation CEO. Okay. Desiree Perez. I believe that Nikki's always talking about Desiree and how she had it out for her, if I recall correctly. All right, so let me see what's going on. Yeah. Desiree did whatever them people say she did. Anyway, let me read it. Desiree Perez co-founded Rock Nation back in 2008 and has had a long but lauded path to becoming the company's CEO. However, now she faces some heavy allegations from her daughter, according to a new report from NBC6 South Florida. Demery Hadley reportedly sued Perez for allegedly using unlawful means to have her falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act. She's the CEO of Rock Nation, which is a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z. The lawsuit reads, Hadley claims she spent 2 weeks in multiple mental health institutions for no clear or legitimate reason. She submitted medical records and body cam footage of a mobile crisis unit urging her to get in a gray pickup truck. Later, a doctor mentally evaluated Hadley and claimed her family, including her mother and aunt, alleged that she tried to overdose the night before. Furthermore, the lawsuit alleges Desiree Perez employed her money, power, and influence to tear apart Hadley and her husband, Javon, creating an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot. Basically, the same shit that Diddy, Fat Joe, they're all being accused of is being criminals within the protectional confines of being an entertainer, which gives a lot of space that corporate America doesn't give. But them creating these corporate businesses in Rock Nation, in Sean Combs LLC, all of those things add legitimacy to businesses that might just be fronts for illegal activities, which they've kind of always been hand in hand and in tandem. Historically, the music industry and the mob or whatever, illegal syndicate at the time, music and criminal activity have always had some type of connection historically here in America. Okay. Furthermore, the lawsuit alleges Desiree Perez employed her money, power, and influence to tear apart Hadley and her husband Javon, creating an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot, to essentially try to separate me from my husband, to falsely accuse him of domestic violence. However, and I feel like Nikki feels like this is the same thing that's happening with her husband. And I just kind of feel like, yeah, no. Like I'm not going for that. To me, some of these niggas are abusive and y'all are brainwashed by these niggas. And I think that Nicki Minaj is one of those people. Like, it's like you can't see it when you're on the inside of it. But on the outside, there is no way, shape, or form that degenerate nigga is a healthy option for you as a powerful woman in the situation that you are in. Yes, I do feel like there's probably some truth to people doing things to Nicki Minaj in a business that undermine her, but I also feel like she's also done that to other people. Let me continue reading. However, the Rock Nation executive reportedly denied these allegations in court, filing a lawsuit against Javon a month before her daughter's lawsuit. She claimed to have evidence he abused Hadley for years, which the couple denies. Also, Perez allegedly feared that Hadley was using prescription drugs and would take her own life. I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law that is so clear that someone did something wrong, Attorney Hilton Napoleon II reportedly stated, who is representing Damori Hadley. She claims Desiree harassed the couple for years and made unfounded accusations that prosecutors did not follow. So if the man was abusing her daughter, this is the reason why people be like, we just gonna let y'all get abused. We not really gonna fight for y'all. You gotta fight for yourself, and then maybe I'll be there to help you. But the reason why you can't is because of shit like this. This is why people feel that way. But I'm still going to call the thing a thing, to be very clear. The Miami-Dade State's Attorney's Office wrote an 11-page scathing closeout memorandum, which basically said that her mother made false allegations to the police. Napoleon II alleged Damori Hadley left her last mental institution in April after Desiree Perez dismissed the case. Nevertheless, the situation led to a lawsuit. It's a complex issue, and we will see if we get updates soon. It sounds like if the abuse allegations are true, it's giving that your husband is probably using you to get a money grab out of your mom. That's what it sounds like to me. But I also feel like Desiree looks like the type of woman that probably has supported, championed, and financially benefited from the abusive men in her business. And how that shows up is your daughter getting with an abusive man, and then you kind of low-key being powerless to stop it. But you've probably raised her to put men on pedestals. This what the lady looked like, y'all. That's why I said she did whatever them people said she did. Because the way she looked, she just looked like a pimp. You know what I'm saying? She looked like a woman with a certain level of power about herself. But hold up, let me see if I can find they are false. Please watch the video. Okay, wait, hold up. In the video, she says she doesn't even take Tylenol. You should watch the video I put in the Discord. She is mad because the daughter doesn't want any parts of her. Okay, so this could be going both ways. There could be some abuse. There could not be some abuse. Where is the video? Because I can't, I don't have the Discord on this computer. Where did you put it at? Where'd you put it? She has a narco who had parents raise the child. Sounds like psychosis. It could go either way, y'all. I don't know. I don't know enough, girl. Uh, it was done by YouTuber BJ Investigates. Okay, I'll have to watch that later. But let me see what else there is as far as this being reported by the people, because that was reported by the people. Let's see. We know we can't be watching her no more. I heard that she out here wrong. Mm. I don't know. It's something about this that is nefarious to me, right? Like, you're not gonna make me think that Desiree is the reason, is making y'all's abusive husbands or y'all's abusive boyfriends or whatever the fuck look abusive. Like, Nicki Minaj's old man is abusive. Nobody's gonna tell me otherwise. Um, I don't know this lady or her daughter, so I don't know their situation, but Nicki Minaj is basically superimposing the situation with this woman and her daughter onto Nicki Minaj. A demonic obsession they have with Nicki. Years of interring with the way I earn my money, years of putting people in harm's way, game over. I feel like I would respect what Nicki was saying more if I did not watch her destroy other people on the internet all the time. Like, there have been women who I feel like she has took special um issue with if they said something about her that she didn't like, and it may not have been a lie, just a critique of her music that she didn't like, and then she sets out to get those people fired from their jobs and shit. So even though I could see Nikki's point, I still feel like the way she's been moving in life makes me feel like I can't trust your word on this, because you have never been a safe space for women as far as I'm concerned. You pretend to be, but you're actually not. Would you continue working in a field where you were maliciously kept away from your audience while everyone pretends to be mute? I don't know how she's being kept from her audience or when that started. I know that she's been screaming about Rock Nation for years, even when she was down to that podcast. But to me, she moves in such an erratic manner that it becomes really hard for her to stay consistent. Like, as she's gotten married and been with that nigga, it's been a lack of consistency. Instead of getting married and having a baby and all of that shit that you thought you needed to do, you should have been working on your movie career. But you get curtailed by toxic relationships, and then you wonder why don't nobody want to deal with you. So I don't know yet, y'all. I don't know how I feel about this situation with Nicki or with Desiree Perez and her daughter. I don't know. But what I do know is it's a possibility that Desiree is vindictive and is doing fucked up shit to her daughter. There's the possibility that the man could be abusive, and both can be happening at the same time, because I do feel like men like to go get with people that feel like they have issues with their parents. It's easier for you to isolate and abuse them if they don't have a good relationship with their parents, especially if their parents have a lot of wealth and money, and they can, like, you could basically turn a person against their parents, abuse them, and then make them sue their parents and then get money from their parents. Like, that's the option as well. So yeah, I just kind of feel like right now, I don't know, girl, but we like to take things slowly on a case by case basis and deal with the situation that's being presented to us, instead of like running with one thing or the other. So I can believe Nicki, but I can also feel like Nicki is not a strong enough character for me to believe automatically. And I would need a lot more evidence than just her tweeting about shit and this woman possibly trying to control her daughter who could possibly be in an abusive relationship. It just depends. Because I saw somebody say there's video of the girl being beat. I do want to see if I can find that. Let me see. Hold up. What's the daughter's name? Zamora Hadley. Child, not Zamora. Zamori Hadley. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Okay.
but where is the video? If I was attacked, if you're saying I was abused and you installed the camera, where is the video? Why are you not producing the video? Why? Because it's not convenient for her, because it did not happen. It's easy to manipulate audio, right? The evidence that was circulating online and that was submitted to the state, this was a 30-minute incident. She has sent to the state attorney's office 6 different audio clips with 5-minute increments. If you're not editing, if you're not using AI voices, then why don't you produce that the kids?
Let's stay back from me.
No,
We'll talk to you in a second.
You don't have a warrant for this arrest.
I'm telling you, we'll talk to you in a second.
Where my mama at? Yo, can I see my mom?
Stay back from me.
No.
You
don't have a warrant for this arrest.
What y'all doing?
You got anything on your boss? Any weapons or anything?
Nah, man. Hold up. Y'all can leave some of my grandma. Hold up. What you doing, bro?
I'll make sure you have nothing. You want your grandma to have this?
Don't make it difficult.
I don't understand. Wait, this.
Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
I'll show you in a second.
Let me see the warrant. No. Where's the
we'll
warrant?
talk to you guys in a minute. If you give
What
us
are
a
you
second,
guys doing, man?
We'll give you a minute.
Where's the warrant?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, we need a warrant. Get the lawyer.
They know something we don't know. They know something we don't know.
It's okay.
This is not the Desiree?
Hey, where's the warrant? Where's the warrant for his arrest?
You want to let me tell you?
Where's the warrant for his arrest?
You have a key to his car?
I know. Javon!
Give us the key.
Javon, the key.
I'll give you it. Don't go over there.
Can I follow him, please? Let me see the warrant. No. Where's the warrant?
What y'all doing, yo?
You don't want?
I mean, I want it. Hey, Ma,
I got it.
You can go ahead and open.
Here.
Where's the warrant to his arrest?
He has a message. I'm telling you.
Where's
You
the
dropped
warrant?
his passage.
You need to arrest him. Yes,
Don't tell me I'm doing anything.
In the audio, he's like, "Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me!" And he's closing the door. I'm lifting it, and I'm like, "What? Like, what is like?" But you're not seeing any of this in the video. And then the part that she edits, where you see him rushing, he's not rushing to hit me or anything. He's rushing to run out of the door, and I grab the Swifter and I start hitting him in the head with the Swifter, and he lifts his hand to block the Swifter out of my hand and push me into the house so that I don't attack him. But the video is edited in a way that it looks like he's like launching to. But he starts, like, when you see the door open, this is edited. She didn't show this part. He opens the door to the room, and he's like sick. He's not feeling good. He sees me. Do this, like if I'm pulling up the switch. So he thinks, because in the house we do have BB guns, he thinks I got a BB gun and I was gonna shoot him with a BB gun. So that's why you see the door closing, because he's closing the door. And what's funny is she doesn't produce audio, guys. She has audio, but she doesn't produce it. In the audio, he's like, "Don't shoot me, don't shoot me." And he's closing the door. I'm lifting it, and I'm like, "What? Like, what is like?" But you're not seeing any of this in the video. And then the part that she edits, where you see him rushing, he's not rushing to hit me or anything. He's rushing to run out of the door, and I grab the Swifter and I start hitting him in the head with.
I don't know what she's talking about, but the way she's explaining what we're seeing here, yeah, I don't believe you, ma'am. I don't believe you. Like the way he rushed over to you, the way his fist was tightened up, the way his body was tightened up, the way you seem to be scared, and then you're saying that he thought you were going to shoot him with a BB gun because you were hitting him with a Swifter. Bitch, that doesn't make any sense. You're laughing about it, but the way you're explaining it, it sounds like he was serious.
I'm not seeing any of this in the video. And then the part that she edits, where you see him rushing, he's.
Hold up, y'all. I want to slow that down. The part where he's rushing. Did that look like I just whatever she said happened? Hold on.
Any of this in the video. And then the part that she edits where you see him rushing, he's not rushing to hit me or anything.
He wasn't rushing to hit her? That's what y'all just saw? That's what y'all just saw? Y'all saw that he wasn't rushing to hit her? Because it looked like he was rushing to hit her. That's what it looked like to me.
He's rushing to run out of the door, and I grab the Swifter and I start hitting him in the head with the
Why were you
Swifter, and he lifts his hand to block the Swifter out of my hand and push me into the house so that I don't attack him. But the video is edited in a way that it looks like he's like launching to hit me in the face or something.
Which is
that's
why
not the case.
that was the only part that was blurred. And that's what I was pointing out when I was doing the video breakdown. If this was a real time, there would have been no need for them to speed it up to almost 2 times the natural speed, because whatever was going on, they needed it to happen faster to make it look like this happened and this.
Out of the door, and I grabbed the door to the room. Somebody else, and he's like, "What? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
I'm gonna let her explain, and then I'm gonna find the fault in what she's saying. I'm gonna let her explain.
I want the public to know videos can be edited when people are in it as well. So I want everybody to know that. The video starts at the timestamp 10:16. You see those yellow lines ahead of it because she doesn't play or show you. Those yellow lines mean like that the camera picked up motion. That camera is motion recorded. It doesn't record. It wasn't recording all the time. So yellow means there's motion. So the lines that you see before the line that she plays at 10:16, it goes as long as 30 minutes and you don't see anything that happens. You're only seeing 10:16 to I think 10:18, like very quick. And you even see it skip, and you even see my pants change colors, and you see like
I pointed
blur.
all of that out.
What is that?
Yeah, you see all of that, and you did amazing. You're the only person who's been able to point that out, by the way.
That it was edited? It could have been edited to cut out space that wasn't pertinent to the story. Meaning that y'all could have been walking back and forth for a long time. You could have went and changed clothes and was out of camera, came back in. We're going to edit out that portion because, girl, why do we need to be sitting here watching time pass in an empty room while you go change your clothes and come back?
So you see all of that because it's edited. Now, what I want the public to know is an incident did occur, but it's not what you think. And that's why I'm here to clear it up. So Javon wanted to go home. He wanted to go to his mother's house. I was inside the house. I thought that he was lying. This is silly. It's immature. It's insecure. But I grew up.
So already you're doing a key thing that victims do, which is blaming yourself off rip. You thought he said he wanted to go by his mama house. You thought he was cheating. So did you think he was cheating because of childhood trauma or because he'd already cheated on you before?
Very insecure. I had to learn how to love myself. I had to learn how to be in a relationship. So did he. We had to learn what's healthy, not to be, jealous or trust each other. It's just what came with growing up, unfortunately, relationship. So I accused him of wanting to see another girl. I was like, oh, you're not going to want to go. You feel better. You're not going to your mom's house. Like, I have COVID. I have to be in quarantine for 15 days. You're probably going to see somebody else. And he's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, where are you getting that from? I was very much like that. I was very much like, oh, like I didn't trust easily. And I think that comes with my background of abandonment issues, trauma, growing up with my parents, right?
Or a nigga not being trustworthy. My God.
Being in a dysfunctional family. So I didn't really learn what a healthy relationship looks like. I didn't, in all honesty. And neither did he. He lost his father at a very young age, 10 months, to gun violence. And so he had to learn with me like what a healthy relationship looks like. So again, I went into the room. I'm pulling this is not on the camera, obviously. I'm pulling his bag, throwing his clothes. I'm like, you're not going anywhere. You're lying to me.
So basically you're doing something in order to explain why he did what he did.
Leave. It's a lot of that for like 20 minutes straight. I mean, and also there's witnesses in the house. They're seeing this. They're like, you guys need to relax, just let him go, etc. The part of the video that she's reflecting that's edited is already 25 minutes after all the craziness happens and the witnesses are trying to calm me down.
Which is irrelevant.
Because I'm pulling him and I'm like, you're not leaving, you're lying. He's like, you need to calm down. My brother-in-law texts me that he's outside to pick up his brother. So I leave. I go to like, you know, open the door, and then the video starts at me coming out, and I grab a Swifter.
That's
Swifter.
what that was?
It was a Swifter,
I
guys.
love how y'all are making this funny, even though it sounds like a serious argument that was going on between the two of y'all, but you're making light of it. Okay, that's clocked.
It was a Swifter. I was using the Swifter originally to make sure I'm 6 feet apart from everybody because I was like, I don't want to get anybody sick. So the intention with the Swifter was always to use it as like a, hey, let me stay far away. I know it's crazy. But he starts, like, when you see the door open, this is edited. She didn't show this part. He opens the door to the room, and he's like sick. He's not feeling good. He sees me do this.
He's sick. He's not feeling good. Making excuses. You were making excuses in that moment. Like, I'm trying to understand where the outdoor is, because the way he bust through that door and put hands on you, girl, you can say that he wasn't trying to hit you, but he was. Y'all weren't joking. At first, because of the way she's laughing, I thought they were playing, and it is making it seem like they're actually fighting when they were really playing. That's not what she's saying.
This, like if I'm pulling up the switch. So he thinks, because in the house we do have BB guns, he thinks I got a BB gun and I was going to shoot him with a BB gun. So that's why you see the door closing, because he's closing the door. And what's funny is she doesn't produce audio, guys. She has audio, but she doesn't produce it. In the audio, he's like, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. And he's closing the door. I'm lifting it, and I'm like, what? Like what is, like, but you're not seeing any of this in the video. And then the part that she edits where you see him rushing, he's not rushing to hit me or anything. He's rushing to run out of the door. And I grab the Swifter and I start hitting him in the head with the Swifter. And he
Girl, that reminded me of one time where, you know, abuse victims don't like to remember things as they happen. They like to remember the story that they tell themselves. Because, girl, why would you be hitting him? Why would you be hitting him? Because he rushed at you. Because he rushed at you and made you feel scared.
lifts his hand to block the Swifter out of my hand.
Look at the way she's backing up. Look at the way she's backing up. She's presenting it as if she's fighting him with the Swifter. But the way she's backing up makes me feel like she's scared.
Push me into the house so that I don't attack him. But the video is edited in a way that it looks like he's like launching to hit me in the face or something.
Which is
that's
why
not the case.
that was the only part that was blurred. And that's what I was pointing out when I was doing the video breakdown. If this was a real time, there would have been no need for them to speed it up to almost 2 times the natural speed, because whatever was going on, they needed it to happen faster to make it look.
Yeah, okay, sure. Sure. Let me see. Oh, let me see. That's weird. Hold up. Okay. Okay. So a lot of people are thinking. Hold up, y'all.
Said this, my last account had got banned at 50,000, and I had posted a video about this and they took it down for violation. But let me tell y'all something. The moment that Tory Lanez father had came out of that courtroom and was hollering and talking about Rock Nation was behind all that, I 100% believed him. And it made me pique my memory when it came down to Chris Brown and Rihanna's situation. Now, I want people to understand Hollywood, media, and the real world are 2 different things. When you're
They're not. Let's just stop right there. No, they're not. And that's a part of the thing that y'all don't seem to understand. They're not totally different. They are very much the same. I'm trying to see if I can find a video on TikTok of this abuse that happened, if there was audio or something. But to me, what would she do to someone like, yeah, I don't know. To me, the fact that there are same woman accused of railroading rapper Tory Lanez, I don't know how y'all feel like Desiree Perez is responsible for railroading Tory Lanez when Tory Lanez shot somebody and like the government looked at the chain of events and determined that he was guilty by way of a jury of his peers. I'm confused about how, like, I don't see the connection. I think it's very weird. I wish I could find a video, like a full video of this, abuse, but I don't care. Like, I don't care what y'all talking about. Um, I don't, girl. I know that I feel like y'all like to act like DV is not a thing, and it so is. DV is a thing, and there are so many women that I feel like, hold up.
Demery Hadley alleges that her mother, Desiree Perez, abused her wealth, status, and connections to have her involuntarily committed under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act. She's filed a federal lawsuit naming Desiree Perez, Rock Nation, Mount Sinai Medical Center, several unnamed medical professionals, and John Doe's, yet to be identified. She claims this wasn't about mental health. It was a campaign to sabotage her marriage, isolate her, and erase her voice using institutional muscle. The core,
or your mom could be using the access that she does have to try to free you from an abusive relationship. But I think that this woman is being used to make her mom look like this nefarious person, and it leading back to that Tory Lanez situation makes me feel like I can't believe anything y'all are talking about, because if y'all want to hold on to the idea that this is a conspiracy and that nigga didn't really shoot that girl, even though there isn't any other like option. Like, we know Desiree wasn't there. So what do y'all mean? Like, to me, it sounds like Nicki Minaj, your husband ain't shit. You don't want to admit that, so you want to blame Rock Nation. Tory Lanez ain't shit. His daddy don't want to believe that. You want to blame Rock Nation. Sounds like Desiree's daughter is with an ain't shit ass nigga. She don't want to admit that, so we blame Rock Nation. Sounds like y'all like to blame Rock Nation for y'all being in abusive relationships with men. But I will say that as a daughter, the mama probably primed her for the abuse that the man is, because I feel like the what I will say about people like Desiree, what I will say about it is that I feel like you spend your energy and your time defending these men, working with these men. And so the things that you protect, they will then be an issue in your life. When they, in the Bible, when they say the children will pay for the sins of the father, to me, what that means is the decisions that you make in your life affect your children. So if you spend a lot of time defending abusers, working with abusive, fucked up ass men, and then eventually your daughter finds herself in a relationship with one, it's because you taught her how to process those relationships. That's what that tells me. And the mom might feel like it is her fault that her daughter is in an abusive relationship, which is why she feels the need to like go through extenuating circumstances to try to help her daughter. But when they are like that Jocelyn Savage girl, when like this woman looks to me like, to me it looked like that man was beating your ass and you lying to protect him, and now you gonna sue your mama for money, and it's probably a money grab from that nigga and his mama, because as soon as he started getting arrested, he called for his mama. As soon as I saw him in the overalls calling for his mama, I was like, oh, that's a child. The mama come outside, and this got something to do with Desiree. Y'all gonna be sorry. Not living in reality. It's giving not living in reality, y'all. I'm sorry. Desiree Perez was in the streets before Rock. I'm sure that's the vibe she gives. It gives, I came up with street niggas. That's the life I was living. I had a daughter. I went legit. And now my daughter is having to go through these things because of the life that I exposed her to. Yeah, Rock Nation can't be to blame for everybody's problems. I can't get jiggy with that shit. Now, we could find some things to blame them for, and then when y'all find them and present them to me in a way that makes sense, we can discuss that. Because I was willing to go down this rabbit hole with Nicki Minaj Until I realized, girl, no. Kenneth Petty has been assaulting women since high school. You're not about to blame that on Rock Nation. It's giving you took charges, all that shit. You know what I mean? Being a bottom bitch got you to an executive position. I feel like it makes sense. I would love to see content from people that are a little bit, not so I'm looking for a reason for Tory Lanez not to be, like it's a lot of brainwashing in the way people are going to talk about this. Right? Like, oh, Tory Lanez, y'all want to defend him? Y'all going to find a way. Like, you can't trust nothing that Jaguar Wright is talking about. Because women like that, as much as they want to tell the truth about fucked up men, they still always end up in abusive relationships. People like Jaguar Wright, like you end up in abusive relationships. So I don't know how you're going to say that this woman isn't in an abusive relationship when you yourself just got out of one not too long ago. I saw someone post that Rock Nation is the common thread for DDG, Tory, and some other thing, and I blocked her. Girl, what the fuck DDG got to do with Rock Nation? Y'all just be really trying to make fetch happen. Y'all really do. And I really need for y'all to fucking stop. It's more than likely that men are abusive because they're socialized to be this way, especially young black men. They're socialized to be this way. White people are doing full-on articles about the male loneliness epidemic. It's showing you that the men are not okay. In general, the men are not okay, girl. I shared a room with my brothers as well, but when I became a certain age, both of my parents turned the den into a room for me. Both of them knew I needed my own space. Halle is signed to Parkwood, not Rock Nation. The way they're trying to attach DDG to Rock Nation, child, please. He isn't even in them circles. Halle isn't signed. Right, they're trying to connect through Halle, basically saying Rock Nation is trying to take down DDG and Tory Lanez, and they're trying to take down these black men that are abusive and childish and display their violent behavior on the fucking internet. Y'all are wilding. Y'all are wilding. I've found historically that people always like to look for a big bad or a conspiracy theory when they don't want to deal with the realities of situations. And the reality of the situation is a lot of these niggas are bred to be abusive, narcissistic, manipulative, and abusive. Like, y'all can try to find a big bad in Rock Nation all y'all want to, but no, that's not how that shows up to me. Now, would I want for Desiree to completely stop trying to save her daughter? Yes. Let it happen. Whatever's supposed to happen, let it happen and free yourself of it. You cannot save her from herself. The way she is trying to, be there for that man while, girl, if you want to let her get her head knocked between a washing machine and a dryer by some nigga, girl, let her. If that's what she wants, let her. She gonna have to free herself. Meanwhile, Fat Joe is Rock Nation with abuse allegations himself. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like y'all trying to always rock. No, it's the individuals. It's the individuals, and we can handle them on an individual basis until y'all can draw a thread that actually makes sense. Until then, stop it. Like, come on, y'all. Stop it. Nobody, and to be honest, nobody gave a fuck about Tory Lanez. I know y'all don't like to admit that, but Megan was the biggest star then, just as she is now. Nobody cared about him like that. Niggas be abusive. Now let's deal with it. Hold them accountable. It's a new day. Nobody is enabling that. Everybody is healing toward healthy. Let the toxicity go. We trying to be free. No, for real, because her sitting up there talking about, oh, we had to learn. Girl, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Y'all didn't have to learn shit. Y'all ain't learned the goddamn thing. You learned how to deal with his abuse, and he learned how to get away with abusing you. The way that nigga ran, I don't care what y'all talking about. I know how editing works. I was a former news journalist and a professional fucking editor, bitch. I know how to edit. Okay? And what we saw, no matter how you slow it down or speed it up, is a man with his fist clenched, his body tensed, running towards a woman, and then they blur the point of impact because they don't want to trigger people. The mama got to put out the video of her daughter being punched in the fucking face by this nigga. Like, we couldn't see through the blur. We could see through the blur. He charged at her, and then he did like this. Her head went down. He grabbed her and tried to push her in the door. And then the video starts over again. I know how to edit. I know what edited video looks like. That was a nice try. That was a nice try, talking about he sped it up. Even if he was walking to her as slow as fucking Michael or Jason or somebody, and he still had his body tensed up like this, even if he was walking slow, I'm still gonna feel scared. And then look at her body language. She looks scared of him. She had a swifter to protect herself. And then she was backing up. Bitch, you were scared of him. You might have been trying to stop him from leaving before, and then you pissed him off, and so now he gonna whip your ass so that you can let him leave. Sound like he was going to cheat on you. It shouldn't be that hard to walk out of house and leave. Like, bitch, get off me. I'm going by my mama, and go get in the car and leave. Like, they had all of them people trying to stop her, but yet still she ends up in a room walking backwards trying to protect herself with a swifter. That shows me that the man had enough fear in her for him to be able to leave. She backing up. Why he couldn't leave? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. The daughter is giving abuse victim. Period. I'm sick of it. Why do people think Megan put him in jail? How did people miss a whole trial and conviction by a jury of his peers? It's really sick. It's really sick. I don't want to watch no more interviews with this brain dead girl. I don't. The camera must have been put in there for a reason. He been beating her ass. That's what I think. And I do feel like it's a lot of women whose brain, they've been lobotomized in these relationships. I do. I feel that way. I don't want to watch this woman defend this man after watching that video. I just don't. She can have it. If you say you're not being abused, you're not being abused. If I was the mama, I would stop all trying. Oh, you gonna sue me? I'm trying to help and you gonna sue me? Okay. I wouldn't help no more. Let it be what it is. Jay Jersey, thank you for the super chat. Oh, I read that one. These are old. Let me go because I've been on here so fucking long. All right. I'm about to get out of here, y'all. I love y'all. I hope that y'all enjoyed the long ass live today because y'all know I'll be out of town for a whole week. A whole 2 weeks. So y'all enjoy me this week while y'all have me before I am out of here. I appreciate y'all for coming through today. Thank you for sticking around. 1,300 people in the room. I appreciate y'all. I will talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out.